NBC Sports presents the National Championship of American Golf, conducted by the United States Golf Association. Today, it's final round coverage of the 97th U.S. Open.
In 1924, the Congressional Country Club was founded as a golfing playground for the nation's most influential government leaders. Today, it plays host to the greatest golfers in the world. On this Sunday, the 97th United States Open Golf Championship to be decided. The weather, not very cooperative the past few days, but today it's blossom sunny and 80 degrees and just a light breeze. Precision shot making remains a premium. The punishing roughs await the bounty for those who stray. The man who passes this demanding test will earn the title U.S. Open champion. Johnny Miller, because in 1973 at Oakmont, this man was six back and with a 63 won his U.S. Open championship. So you've got to figure that at least allow 6 in there for something dramatic to happen.
I still think the magic number on the highest score is 2 under. I just don't see Tom Lehman shooting more than 3 over today. So he's in a great position right now. If you factor that in, even if he shoots 73, Tiger Woods is going to have to shoot 64, and then it brings a lot of other players in there that they have that magical day when they're knocking them stiff and making the putts. But it'll be interesting to chronicle really this group that we have that have such a good chance. Lehman, of course, coming off a 3rd and a 2nd in the U.S. Open the last 2 years, is a big tournament player. He has a lot of peace inside of him. He has a lot of confidence, and talking to his caddy this morning, he just feels like it's his tournament to win.
Doesn't Els have those same qualities?
I do. I believe that totally. When I saw Els win at Oakmont in '94, it was unbelievable. I've never seen a man that young, that calm coming down the stretch. He looked like it was just another tournament. He has that ability to be very peaceful and calm, and you need that here. That great finish by Els this morning was really big, huge. And then Maggart, it's hard, Jeff, it's hard to know what he might do. He's probably the best player to have only won 1 PGA Tour event in history. The guy is really a super gun, but he's having a magical week putting. It's unbelievable. This guy is 29 under par in putts. He's ranked #1 normally on tour. Coming up to this week, he was 76th on tour, which is sort of normal for Jeff Maggart. But this week, they're going in.
And the golf course, it's the longest in Open history, over 7,200 yards. And because of the rains yesterday, we'll play, what, another club longer?
I think so, about 1 club, maybe half club. It's the guys that hit the ball high, like Lehman, it's not really much of an issue. It's amazing because I see so many guys using 3-wood and 1-iron off the tee, and the course is 7,213 yards. How can they be using these short clubs off the tee and still having the irons they have coming in? They're just getting longer and longer. The players are getting stronger. But speaking about strong, we showed this little issue right here. I just got to show you. This rough right here is absolutely amazing stuff. And this is ryegrass, the seed head on a ryegrass. And these stems here are what causing the players so much trouble because you can see how strong that is. And when they hit it, it doesn't even break. But if you go in the rough, you're just going to have no chance at all. So you got to keep the ball out of that rough. It's 6 inches with an 8-inch stem. So if you see in the rough, you'll see a lot of balls left. Of course, Jack Nicklaus right here we're watching.
Greatest player in the history of the game walks to his ball on the 10th hole. His 3rd shot upcoming. This is in his 150 major appearances. Jack Nicklaus, 57, is playing his 10,000th hole in a Grand Slam event.
Wow, it makes me nervous just thinking about that.
He's +2 today, +11 for the championship. That's almost incidental. The Golden Bear marching on 10.
A lot of my, well, really the best memories I've had in golf all revolve around this guy, either trying to beat him or playing with him or trying to chase him. And you can see right there in the majors, look at the bottom of there, 3rd or better in 41 of 76 majors. between 1962 and 1980, which is absolutely an amazing stat. The guy was always there.
Well, you had to arrive at any of the 4 Grand Slam events and say right away, well, if I win it, I have to beat him. And
yeah,
he's the favorite.
It's true. You know, in one hand, a lot of players like myself could have won maybe more majors in our prime when they went up against his, but he was always tough to beat.
Roger Maltby is there.
Well, there seems to be a little bit delay. Paul Goydas has hit his second shot to the right of the water here at 10. But Jack started this hole as he started 10,000 holes ago by driving the ball in the fairway. The key of any major championship competition is 553rd round in major championships.
Roger, Paul's having a good round, though, up to this hole, right?
He is 3 under par, but hit a horrible shot here. Got lucky. I mean, he hit it so bad it went right at the water, John.
3 birdies on the front side. That's the best round of the day thus far.
What a shot.
Very good pitch there. Wow.
You got to be kidding. That's really a super shot.
Godos at +6 for the championship.
And here's a part of Jack's game that's better now than it was when he was doing all that good stuff. Worked hard with Phil Rogers. Plays the ball back in his stance now. I don't know where he was aiming that, but there's a big break there. He just hit it a little too far on Roger.
Yeah, he just hit it way too firm, John.
Let's go to the par 5 9th. Fred Couples, a long putt for birdie. Fred at +10 even today.
Across the green, it moves to the right. It's quite slick once it gets to the hole. Good looking putt.
Fred Couples, whose father is in a serious battle with leukemia in Seattle. His mind is here and at home and calls him daily. Couples now at +10 for the championship. Davis Love III, who came so close to winning a year ago, tied for second with Tom Lehman. Jay Haas, the veteran, Ryder Cupper, and everyone overlooking him, and he's even at the start today. He'll be playing with Tommy Tolles.
He's got the experience to have a good final round in this championship.
And we go back to 10. Beautiful view back to the clubhouse.
Any feelings about what you're seeing out here, Roger?
Well, John, it's really special. I didn't get to see his opening hole, but to see his 10,000th, to amass those numbers, to, you know, really feel their significance, to play that long and that well is just, it's unbelievable. It really is, just how much better he has been than everybody else.
His caddy is his son, Jackie.
He's one of the few competitors I've ever seen that actually wants you to play well so that it'll push him and make him lengthen his stride and have a more interesting championship. Most players are hoping the other guy bogeys in. Good looking putt. Some things never change, Roger.
He's done that about 10,000 times, too.
57 years old. He played in his first Open in 1957. And he was a student at Ohio State. Jack Nicklaus. What a wonderful way to start this final round of the 97th U.S. Open Championship. Tiger Woods, with his huge gallery, will be with Nick Faldo. They'll be teeing off in 10 minutes. Tom Lehman starts this day with a 2-shot lead.
The 97th United States Open Championship is brought to you by the complete line of 1997 Lincoln and Mercury automobiles, by TaylorMade. Find your game with the new, bigger, longer TI Bubble 2 driver, by the Document Company, Xerox, and by Mass Mutual, the blue chip company. We help you keep your promises.
And welcome back to Congressional Country Club. Tiger Woods.
Butch Harmon right there on his left, giving him that final pep talk. He says, probably say, let's make a little U.S. Open history here. And he's going to need something close to it.
Now let's introduce you to the men who have played in the U.S. Open Championship so many times and will bring you the coverage today. Dave Marr, Gary Koch, along with Dan Hicks. And out on the course, you've already heard from Roger Maltby and Dan Pohl. 68 years combined, our announcers have played in this championship. To 12.
It is the par 3, 196. Justin Leonard, the winner last week, just a couple of miles away at the Kemper Open. Coming off that early. Justin +7 for the championship, 2 under on his round today, and well below the hole at the par 3 12th. Back left location today. Let's go over to 9.
And Paul Azinger. Azinger is +8 for the championship, even today, off a birdie at 8. 3 top 10 finishes in the U.S. Open, tied for 3rd in '93 for birdie.
A little slider putt, just probably inside left edge. He's been struggling a little bit with his putter, but he is hitting the ball well. 4th in fairways hit.
So Azinger birdie on 8 and 9. Just 7 over for the championship. First 2 rounds both at 72. Tiger Woods tuning up his game before he tees off. Woods arrived here this week as the favorite, as you know, to add a U.S. Open title to his Masters win, but Congressional's back 9 has proved to be his undoing, even though yesterday there were some brilliant moments of hope. Here's Gary Koch. So he works on that aspect of his game. Johnny, have you spotted anything that is causing the putting problems?
Well, there's a couple different things. Let's take a look at this. The U.S. Amateur, he's got his feet about 15, 16 inches apart. The ball's right off his left heel. The shaft angle's almost backwards, 90 degrees to the hole. Look at now, much narrower stance, about 9 inches apart. Ball's dead center in the middle of his stance, and look at the shaft angle difference. He's got it leaning forward, and then now, now take a look at this stroke on the left. Watch the hands. There's no forward press. It just goes back in one piece. Watch this. Keeps the angle the same, one piece, and back through. Perfect stroke for 90-90. Now watch. He's already created about a 10% lean into the shaft, and watch. There's a forward press now. There it goes. And then he releases just a little bit because of the forward press. I think he knows he has to release to get it back to where he wants it.
So into the studio of examination with Professor Miller. But regardless of the fact that he starts this round at 9 off the lead, he'll draw the largest gallery at this stage of this final round. We'll be back with Woods on the tee after this.
You are watching the U.S. Open on NBC Sports.
Well, the 10,001st hole for Jack Nicklaus in a major. Second shot at the par 4 11th, down the hill. 9-iron. And within birdie range. And ahead to 12. Back up the hill to the back left hole location. Justin Leonard for birdie.
Letting out of the a low there up onto the tier. Good speed, huh, Dan?
Ooh, great speed. Back to the first.
Starting time from Weybridge, England, Nick Faldo.
Faldo with a 69 yesterday, begins today +5.
Closest thing to a modern Ben Hogan, even though he's over 6 feet, that we have. Everything he does, work ethic, even the technique that he uses through David Ledbetter, very Ben Hogan influenced. And say a nice hi to Ben Hogan and Valerie at this time. He's one man that everybody still thinks and talks about a lot. He's left a real impression. But here, this 402-yard hole, 3-wood off the tee. 28-yard fairway. You can see he swings very much within himself, maybe more so than anybody in the field. He's a big man, about 6'3", huge shoulders. maybe the most fit guy on tour,
And
him
from
and Greg
Windermere,
Norman.
Florida, Tiger Woods.
Tiger Woods knows he's got to play the round of his life right here if he's going to do it. He is leading in birdies. He's had 14 birdies, and he's leading in driving distance, 308 yards, but he's had 3 double bogeys. He's going to stay with his game plan, 2 iron off the tee.
Tiger Woods off in his 3rd U.S. Open. He withdrew from Shinnecock, and then last year tied for 82nd at Oakland Hills. +4. 211.
See if Jack can get this birdie down. Quick putt, left to right break. Not quite enough break, but Jack Nicklaus playing his 10,000th first hole in a major championship. This is the 97th U.S. Open, and Lehman has the lead.
Let's take a look at the yardage book or notebook on Congressional Country Club. It's magnificent condition. Paul Latshaw and all of his helpers really helped out. You can see here the architects, Trent Jones Sr. and then Reese Jones came in 1989 and redid the course totally. Took out a lot of mounds and blind shots. Greens and fairways you can see playing on Bendcrest. The greens are running 12.2 on the stemp meter. And look at this, longest course in U.S. Open history, 7,213 yards. Noses out Medina number 3 at 71.95.
And we return to the par 4 402-yard first hole, and Dan Pohl is with this group.
Well, beautiful 3-wood by Nick Faldo. Got 171 yards back to that left hole location. Johnny shouldn't have a problem with that front left bunker. The wind's blowing a little right to left and down. It's a good pin to be able to attack here.
What a beautiful day we have today, folks. It's just blue skies, low humidity, not a breath of wind to speak of, maybe a couple miles an hour. And the greens are soft. There's heavy rough like I showed in the opening. But if there was ever going to be a day when a guy, if he really could get it going, this is the day.
Johnny, you look at these two men, Faldo and Tiger Woods, and you wonder, could they be matched up as opponents in the Ryder Cup at Valderrama in the fall?
Yeah, that'd be great. We saw him play the first round of the Masters this year when Tiger shot 40-30 to, I'm sure, impress this man who's probably not that easy to impress. Both of them want to get off to a birdie start because the 2nd through the 6th holes might be the hardest stretch on the golf course.
I think Nick was between a 6 and a 7. He's went back and just put a good solid move on a little 7. He's bringing that really in high. It's moving a little left to the flag. Might have to kick down a little bit.
Just right on the collar there. Dan, what's old Tiger Woods have?
Well, he's in the intermediate cut of rough, but he's drawn a really good lie. 156 yards to the hole. Probably just a nice 9-iron for him, Johnny.
I was thinking, now what would I hit? Let's see, 7, and he's going 9.
Well, the thing he's got to guard against is this ball taking off and flying. Don't want to hit it long or left.
A little trouble taking the club outside and pulling the ball. You watch his backswing today. If he gets in trouble, it goes out and then he releases left. You can see that club was even out a little bit, but hopefully he recovered on the way down.
Well, it's hanging a little right, trying to turn in.
Not bad.
Let's move ahead to 12.
Par 3, 196. Paul Goitis, hottest player on the course. Already 3 birdies, out in 32. And
What a
looking
shot.
for another one at 12. That to get to +5 and 4 under on his round today.
84 made the cut. They're looking for their place in golf history, and there's history on NBC next Saturday when the WNBA debuts, 3:30 Eastern. Former Olympic teammates Lisa Leslie with the LA Sparks, Rebecca Lobo, she plays for the New York Liberty. The debut of the WNBA complete coverage begins next Saturday, 3:30 Eastern Time on NBC. And today the MetLife blimp Snoopy 1 navigates the skies above the U.S. Open Championship. MetLife's two blimps combined log over 600,000 miles since the program's inception in 1987. And this is the day to fly. Oh, what a view down on Congressional. Tiger Woods walking to the first green, and we'll reflect on his card yesterday, a 73.
Yeah, fourth hole, you can see the double boxer. That's a problem. Those are those three double bogeys. His stats are wonderful this week, but the three doubles have weighed heavily on his game. And you can see the three bogeys on the back nine
after the rain.
And the back nine, Tiger Woods is +8 and Lehman is -2 on the back nine, and that's the big difference. Is the back nine has really hurt Tiger.
He told me, though, although we marvel at his strength, the power of his game, he says he doesn't think that's his greatest asset. He said the best part of my game, and I got it mostly from my father, is my mental strength and my mind. And of course, this test of golf will do just that.
Well, it's an interesting course. You'd think at 7,213 yards it would be a big hitter's course, but in the top 14 players this week, the highest ranking player in distance is Hal Sutton at 18th longest. So the long hitters are not among the top 14.
Nick Faldo first. Dan?
Well, 15-footer coming through the collar. Johnny, this putt, affected a little bit by his backstroke. When you teach back, has to raise it just above that first cut of rough. This ball could pop out and move a little bit to his right coming down this hill.
I always find that when I have to pick it up quick like that, I hit it past.
Well, you can see him trying to kind of readjust, move his hands forward, and you may have to just kind of pop this ball.
It always comes out hot for me. Ooh, that's pretty hot. Nick.
A birdie start for the three-time British Open, three-time Masters champion Nick Faldo.
How far would that have run by, Dan?
Well, maybe a couple of feet, Johnny, but it had good overspin. You can see it came out really nice and quickly out of there and had really nice pace on it coming down that hill.
You know, some people do putt that way. Aoki, one of the great putters of all time, hits down on it. Billy Casper hit down. Gary Player hits down. Bobby Locke hits down. A lot of the great putters that have ever played this game hit down on their putts.
Look at that gallery surrounding the first green. Tiger said this week that he gets 2,000 to 4,000 letters a week. He needs some real help in dealing with his correspondence.
Well, if he ever has to start a nice warm fire, get plenty of starter.
Well, Johnny, I found out that he did hit a pitching wedge from that 156 yards, so that's showing he's a little pumped up this morning. That's a big pitching wedge when you're talking about carrying it 155 yards on the fly.
What will this putt do, Dan?
Well, it shouldn't do a whole lot. It's going up just a little bit of a ridge. If he got a little pace on it, I don't think this ball he can play out of the hole. May want to move a little bit to his left on trying to move towards the left corner of the green.
He said that he's had trouble with speed on the greens all day yesterday, and he comes up short on his first putt today. So par for Woods, and we go to 12.
You saw the nice tee shot by Paul Goydes at the par 3. This for birdie, his fourth of the day. He's moved from +9 to +5 on the same hole. Jack Nicklaus just made bogey to move to +12. But Goydes with a round of the championship so far in this final round. Back to 2.
And the second hole, a par 3, playing 239 yards today, slightly uphill. And no surprise, the most difficult par 3 on the golf course through the first 3 rounds. Hole playing slightly downwind today. And Nick Faldo will have the honor.
Well, Gary, the yardage they're looking at is 215 to the front. So if they can try to look at that yardage, if they're not trying to carry that left bunker, they got to be looking somewhere maybe about a 220 carry, somewhere around there, don't you think?
I would think that's the general game plan here, is to put the ball somewhere in the center of the green with the hole located back some 24 paces onto the green today. The chances of getting it all the way back to the hole are probably not great anyway. Most of the balls we've seen here have come up short, which does leave an uphill putt, so not all bad.
Well, Tiger yesterday took it right at this flag, hit into the deep grass covering the bunker, and it bounced back into the bunker, but it's got the height and the distance, obviously, that he can probably throw it back there. Nick Faldo going with a 3-wood.
Is he putting that ball back on the tee? He can put it back within 2 club lengths just because it's a little too much club for him. Did he move back 1 club length?
Well, yeah, he's just about a club length, Johnny, but, you know, you'll notice he'll choke down a little bit on this particular shot. This is a lot of club to come into this green with. He's bringing in real high, Gary. It's right into the right center of the green.
And a well-played shot. Safely on. Will leave a very long uphill putt, but most of the players very happy to make 3 here at the second. And you mentioned about Tiger Woods' ability to carry the ball back to the hole. Remember on Thursday, a mortar-like 2-iron by Tiger carried within about 3 feet of the flag and stopped dead. He did make a birdie 2 then.
Well, this hole playing slightly downhill. 219 or 229 to carry that left bunker. Pearson, he's going with a 4-iron. Teed up real high. Well, that's going right. He's got to turn over to catch the right center of the green.
Well, safely on, and a nice kick up pin high and about 25 feet from the flag.
The United States Golf Association conducts 13 national championships year-round, and this 97th U.S. Open marks the 5th USGA National Championship to be played here at Congressional. Conducting championships is only one facet of the USGA's responsibilities. They protect and preserve the rich history and tradition of the game.
Well, it's an interesting piece right there, and Curtis Strange, I think, hit it right on the head. This game is such a precious game, and the records are so neat to be able to follow and try to play up against and beat, and you don't want the equipment and the ball to be doing half the work for you. You want to keep it the same, and USGA is doing a good job in not only the spirit of the game, but the progression of the game, and I like what David Fay said about it not changing. Of course, here we have this putt up this ridge.
Should turn a little left, and that's well judged. We'll move to the 18th tee.
For the first time in 88 years, the U.S. Open Championship finishes on a par 3.
Tough hole location today, front left, only about 15, 18 feet from the waters. Ben Crenshaw playing a beautiful draw shot in there, and he could probably negotiate that shot, give that to Tom Lehman. He'd love that today.
Back to 2.
Tiger Woods surveying the situation. Dan Poles down there.
Well, the Tigers are about 40-footer. And this green here, a little bit of break from right to left, moving crossed from the right side to the bottom left. Gary, this should move quite a bit from his right to left, depending again on the pace that he picks out and goes with.
And we've seen a couple of players from this side of the green be a little bit aggressive, not play as much break, and when the ball does start to turn left, it really picks up speed.
Gary short again.
He certainly is not putting with much confidence, John, and I'm sure what happened on the back nine yesterday is still having some influence over what he's doing now. And safely in for his par 3 to remain at 4 over par for the championship.
At the ninth, the par 5, a birdie chance for former champion Payne Stewart, +8 for the championship.
Resplendent today.
Oh, my. Stewart with that citrus look. 91 U.S. Open champion.
Yeah.
He's +1 on his round coming into 9. And makes the turn 1 over today. 36. We move to the par 4 13th and Paul Goydos a par putt. Round of the day developing for Goydos.
Moves to his right. It's a slippery putt. Look at that. Look at how far that's going to trickle.
218. And Ben Crenshaw lining up a birdie chance.
It was wonderful to see him make that putt on the 36th hole to make the cut right on the nose, because Ben has really had a tough go as of late, and a lot of people pulling for Ben, of course, and good man, and still putts the ball with great authority inside right edge.
So Crenshaw 74 today, and a smile that certainly is under par. To 3, 455 yards, par 4. Par 4 is average over 436 yards in the 12 here at Congressional. Nick Faldo first.
Going with the driver.
27-yard wide fairway, a narrow fairway for such a big hole.
The tee shot's heading up the right side. It's got to get down a little bit. It's cutting.
Well, I think he just mishit it a little bit. Probably necked it.
Back to 12.
On the tee, Fred Couples, +9 for the championship. 196 again, and tough to get back to this hole location today. All the way back left. Fine shot by Freddie. Back to 3.
And Tiger.
Still staying with that 2-iron. This club goes about 265 for him. 270 sometimes. Downhill tee shot and an uphill second.
Heading up the right center of the fairway.
Just past Nick Faldo's tee shot.
And so playing this final round of the 97th U.S. Open Championship continues. Tom Lehman, the leader by 2, will tee off in about an hour and a half. Walter Hagen was one of the most dashing figures in golf history. The Hague won 11 major championships, including 2 U.S. Open titles in 1914, again in 1919. Walter Hagen. 480 some acres of Congressional Country Club. Oh, heads up. That's a intriguing shot. They are playing, many of these men are playing their tee shots especially very high.
Tiger Woods get there in flight patterns. He hits it so far.
And here's the leader, Tom Lehman, just arriving, walking in from the parking area to the clubhouse. He was 3rd 2 years ago, 2nd a year ago, and he leads coming into the final round. Again, He's the only man since Bobby Jones to enter the final round of a U.S. Open in the lead 3 straight years.
He's due.
Faldo and Woods at the par 4 third.
Well, this hole today playing into the wind and playing very long. Nick with 211 yards back to this hole.
You can see the hole right there. It's back in the very right back corner.
Johnny, I got to believe he's got to hit this 2-iron pretty solidly just to carry it back into the middle of the green and try to run it back to that upper tier.
Well, if he has a high fade, that's the perfect shot. It's not his favorite shot, but he doesn't put a lot of spin on the ball on his long irons. It sort of comes in there, it's not a knuckleball, but it's a good wind ball. It doesn't spin like a Tiger Woods shot. He's aiming well left, like he's going to play a cut. Looks like a cut.
Well, it's just kind of hanging there. It's a good looking golf shot right into the center portion of the green.
Let's go to 12.
Fred Couples, birdie bid, back up the hill. He left it outside all the way, so with that, Fred will remain at +9 and back to 3.
Tiger Woods.
Well, he knocked his 2-iron past Nick's driver, going at 208 yards to that hole location. Right about 203 to get it up on that top ledge. 4-iron. Well, this is heading to the center of the green, trying to cut back. Not going to do it, though.
It'll be very interesting throughout his career to see if he stays with such a conservative game plan with irons off the tee, whether he turns it loose.
Tom Lehman seeks his first U.S. Open championship, the reigning British Open champion, or will Ernie Els make it his second U.S. Open title after his win in '94? And there's the broad-shouldered South African as he arrives at the clubhouse. Or will it be the year for the British? They're just dominating in all the sports over there. Maybe it'll be Colin Montgomery's Open. Welcome back. In 1924, when the club was founded, the publicity said, "Destiny has marked this incomparable place for high purpose." Prophetic. We go to the par 4 third. Tiger Woods' third shot.
He's got to hit a lofted shot here because all this influence here is in his way. Looked like he sort of scooped it at impact. He's had trouble with that shot all week. He's hit a lot of them long, and then that's the first one he's dumped short.
Davis Love, second shot at the first hole. Love's father played 33 years ago in the U.S. Open here at Congressional when Ken Venturi won. Finished 43rd. Now Faldo for birdie.
Well, he had a good round yesterday, 69 after 72, 74, and I'm sure he'd like to make that progression down even more. Lose a little right.
Yeah, not a whole lot, Johnny. About 25-footer. Up a little bit of a slope, and then we'll kind of move away from him. Pick up speed right about there. Just didn't quite hit it.
Move ahead to the par 4 fifth.
Steve Elkington in position for birdie here at 5. Just left to right. Did he hit it enough? Yes, he did. In the heart for Steve Elkington. A birdie for him. He bogeyed the third, so he's even par today, +5 for the championship. And back to 3.
And
a sizable putt for his par.
Little indifferent third shot there. He had a decent lie over there, but looked like it should take off and release, and he just kind of decelled on it a little bit, and it came out soft. Never took the speed coming down the slope.
Moves a little right.
Should move a little bit.
Pretty flat back up on the top up here, but I think it's inside left edge.
Johnny, you think the water rain from yesterday may have slowed these down a touch? I didn't get a read on the exact speed of some of these greens, but I'm sure it's a little softer, a little slower.
I'll give you a little idea. I was out here this morning. They triple cut them and rolled them with 350-pound rollers. So to answer your question, I don't think so. Outside left, and it was an inside the hole putt.
Falls to +5. We move to 1. Davis Love the third, so close to winning a year ago for birdie.
Good looking putt. What a start this guy gets every day, it seems.
Davis Love the third is +3. Wow.
There's no stronger confirmation in life than that of a father telling his son that he's proud of him.
Well, in that generation, it was, in our generation, it was tough for our dads to say things like, I love you, or you're really good. It was always, you got to be better. They came out of depression years, and they didn't want you to stagger and fall when things might get tough. They prepared you for the worst. Well, a happy Father's Day Sunday from the nation's capital area as Nick Faldo goes to work at the fourth, his second shot.
168 yards with a 7-iron. Very difficult pin location back there. Heading right and catch that ridge. Oh, this is going to be a tough two-putt here, Johnny.
To the par 4 8th, the shortest on the course, 362. Second shot for Nick Price.
Down. Spin back. Spin back.
Price has gone 71, 74, 71. Started today +6. And now back to Tiger.
Pretty intimidating hole location here. You can see it on your screen. You can see right there just over that bunker, long grass. People look so close to it, and the tree limbs are not really in play, but they really frame it and make it look a little fearsome.
Trying to make up for the double bogey he made here yesterday, Johnny. 162 yards, 9-iron.
Got the ball a little above his speed. If he can aim about 10 feet right and just hit a little soft draw, it'd be perfect.
Bring it in real high, and he just kind of held on. It's heading to just to the center of the green.
Didn't even watch it. It wasn't worth looking at it, according to him.
We go to the par 5 15th.
And the third shot of Jack Nicklaus. Just a pitching wedge. Hole today located in the back left portion of the green.
Right here.
He's bringing it in very high and right at it. A nice shot by Nicklaus. And perhaps a chance for his second birdie of the day. And we take a look at Father's Day at the U.S. Open, and the 4 father and son combinations who have played in the same U.S. Open. Of course, Jack and Gary doing it this year. Gary Player and his son Wayne, the last to do it some 15 years ago. And back at the long par 3 second. Just the second shot of Davis Love.
And for you folks who haven't seen this Open rough, watch this. He'll, with a sharp sand wedge, it won't even hardly make a dent in the grass. It doesn't break the blades. These things are so tough.
And as we have seen all week long, John, very difficult difficult to control how quickly the ball will come out of that grass. Tom Lehman, our current leader, of course, at 5 under par. Jeff Maggart, Ernie Els right behind. Colin Montgomery at 2 under, and they will be set to tee off in about an hour from now. And I would think that almost every one of those players from about 2 over or so certainly has a legitimate chance to win this championship if they were to fire a Johnny Miller like last round.
Sounds good to me.
Well, John, the conditions very similar today to what you faced in Oakmont in 1973.
They were. The greens were softer. Of course, you know, there is such a thing as Sunday pin placements in those days. And a lot of people don't talk about that, but Oakmont on Sunday pin placements were not easy, but you could hit it in there and stop it just like you can today. The USGA now has balanced all 4 rounds out so that you don't have a day where maybe you have an easier day versus a Sunday round. They try to balance that out, and it's more equal. So it's vulnerable if you have your A+ game and get a few putts to drop.
Out at 4, Tiger Woods. Long putt for birdie.
And a very difficult putt at that, Dick. Got to go up the ridge about 15 feet in front of him. He should start turning left as he leaves his putter. Pretty much straight once it gets up on top. But depending on the speed when it hits that ridge, it'll determine how far he might miss it to the left. Tough to gauge the speed.
Dan, he doesn't seem to have any in-betweens. It's either nothing going on or really good stuff. He doesn't, you know, like sprinkle a birdie and a par and a birdie and a par.
Let's go to the par 4 8th, and Nick Price's bid for birdie.
Easy putt right up the hill, and boy, he just pours it right in the heart. Boy, is that solid.
+6 on the championship for Nick Price. To 2.
Davis Love has this lengthy putt now for par.
Birdie number 1.
Oh. John, you mentioned his good starts on the front 9. 6 under par on that side. He has struggled, as so many have, on the back 9.
Meanwhile, at the 4th, Nick Faldo. He has almost the same putt as Woods.
Yeah, I think he was hoping the Tiger would have showed him a little bit more, Johnny. Good read. He was really focused in on that. He's looked at it 2 different times.
One of the hardest putts in golf is when you drive it up into a bank that from here to here is very slow, and then once you get up on top, it releases on you. And it's easy to do what Tiger did because he's afraid that if he hits too hard, it'll release way into the shadow there.
Nick's always been known as a great lag putter.
There's the slow part. Now it comes up on top, and that putt was pretty slow, Dan.
Ahead to 15.
Where Jack Nicklaus faces this 8-footer for birdie. A little bit of left to right swing. Well struck, and Nicklaus has his second birdie of the day, moves him to 12 over par for the championship. 3 over par in his final round. Remarkable at 57 years of age. Oldest man ever to make a cut in a U.S. Open championship.
One of golf's 4 majors, and just ahead, one of the 4 Grand Slam events in tennis, and the most prestigious of all, Wimbledon. A week from today, the preview show. At 17, Boris Becker became the youngest ever as an unseeded player to win at the All England Club. Can he make it number 4? Our daily coverage begins a week from Saturday. Back to 4 and the par putt of Tiger Woods.
Needs to get this one in, Dan. If he can get this putt in, maybe he can light it up. Who knows?
Well, that's what I was going to say, is that, you know, there's important putts. Every putt's important, but this one, just to keep him mentally into this game out here today, this is really a critical putt for him to knock in.
Moves left. Went the other other way on Dan.
Well, he's had a tough time just picking a spot and getting the right pace on it, Johnny. Not typical Tiger Woods.
He can't believe it went right. I can't even believe it went right. I was out there this morning. I thought it was a right center putt.
So bogeys at 3 and 4 drop Woods to +6 for the championship. We await the leaders. Lehman with Maggard and Mills. 2 back. Colin Montgomery. He thinks he can win this championship. We'll soon learn.
You are watching the U.S. Open on NBC Sports.
Over 30,000 tickets sold for each day of this Open Championship at Congressional Country Club. That's been a week packed full of activity. On Wednesday, Special Olympic athletes from Maryland and the D.C. area performed a golf demonstration here as a prelude to the championship. Chairman of the Special Olympics, Sergeant Schreiber, on hand to observe as they displayed the skills and the etiquette of the game they've been taught over the recent months. USGA President Judy Bell was then presented a token of appreciation for the $50,000 USGA donation presented earlier to the Special Olympics golf program. Nice to see those young kids. Look at our current leaderboard as we welcome you to this 97th championship, and a former champion, Lee Janzen, who won in '93, tied for 10th a year ago. He's +13. Struggling in this championship. Let's go to Jack Nicklaus at 16.
441-yard par 4, and he's driven in the right rough. This, of course, depends on the lie. It looks pretty good from here, so, well, I thought that was the ball just to the left of it, so it doesn't look so good. And do well to get this on the green. 3 over for today's round.
Standing a long way from the ball, not like the old days. Usually this kind of lie you want to get up quicker, I mean closer to it.
Good shot, Jack.
Well, he knew it come down, and unluckily, again, not in the bunker. Bunker would be much easier play from there, and let's go to the par 5 ninth.
And Nick Price just moments ago for birdie.
Very fast from here. Look at this touch. Nick, 2 beauties in a row.
Price is right at 8 and 9. Birdie, birdie. Oh, he's 1 under for the day, +5 for the championship. Meanwhile, at 18, Lee Janzen, long birdie putt.
We'll be seeing this putt later on in the telecast if you're with us. I'm sure you will be. And this will be a very important putt, possibly. So watch how this borrow is and the pace. It's going straight at it right now. Straight, straight, straight. Pretty straight. He pulled that just a little. It's probably a pretty straight in putt from pin high.
Let's go to the par 4 third. And the third shot at Davis Love III. He had driven the ball off the tee into the trees.
You see that back right hole location. Driving in there perfect. Stop there. Very nice. 5 feet straight uphill.
Chance to save his par to 12.
The colorfully clad Payne Stewart, another Open champ. Taking aim at a par 3 12th. Beautiful shot. He'll have that for his first birdie of the day. He's +2 in his round today, +9, back to 2.
And at the long par 3, this Lauren Roberts putt for a birdie 2. Yes, and Roberts moves to 2 over par for the championship. That's just the 3rd birdie on the 2nd hole all day. Move to 7.
Steve Elkington for a birdie.
Coming up that ridge right there.
Looks a little hot. Oh, man. Yeah. All right. Thank goodness the hole got in the way. So Elkington. The birdie at 7. Let's go to 5.
Tiger Woods in the fairway bunker at the dogleg left par 4. Dan?
Well, he's got 136 yards to the hole back there, Dan Hicks, going with a pitching wedge. First time I've really seen him get over top of that 2-iron off the tee. Got to feed it down left to right, probably aiming this 30, 40 feet left of the hole. Let the slope bring it back.
Blind shot.
Oh, you can see the flag. And he caught it good. Caught it clean. It's heading a little bit left, trying to trickle right. Watch, see if it catches that slope.
Good shot by Tiger. Let's go to 16.
Nicklaus out of the deep rough. Ball well above his feet. Well, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Man, what a nice shot. All right, Jack. Funny you talk about 10,000 holes. The first one he played at Inverness in '57 when he was 17 years old. He hit a 3-wood and a 7-iron and birdied the first hole at Inverness. Let's go to 5.
And back to this pairing, which includes the last 2 Masters champions. Nick Faldo for his second. Dan?
Well, another driver right in the middle of the fairway, 128 yards, pitching wedge. Moving a little bit right of the flag, maybe a good position underneath the hole.
Fine position at this hole, where they're located in the back right today, to 18.
Jansen trying to clean up his par here at 18. Lee Jansen in with a 73 today, plus 13 for the championship. And the third, Davis Love for par. Converts. Remains plus 4 for the championship as he started. In less than an hour, Tom Lehman, Jeff Maggart, Bernie Els, Colin Montgomery will be teeing off, the leaders of this 97th Open. Welcome back. Looking down from the blimp at Congressional's verdant greens, Tiger Woods.
At the 5th for birdie.
Fast putt.
Runs it well by the hole. Ahead to 12. Payne Stewart, you saw the nice tee shot. This right to left putt for birdie. Nicely done by Payne. Moves back to plus 8 for the championship. 1 over on his round today as we take a look at the tee times a little bit later on at 2:09 Eastern Time. Scott Hoke along with Bob Tway, followed by Jim Furyk and Olin Brown. David Ogren and Billy Andre, the 2:27 tee time. Veteran Jay Haas along with a youngster Tommy Tolles, 2:36. Tolles and Haas begin at even par. Ernie Els trying to win his second Open title in the last 4 years, and can Colin Montgomery experience his first major breakthrough? And then the last twosome, Tom Lehman and Jeff Maggart. Let's go to the 17th.
Par 4, 480. This was the finishing hole when Ken Venturi won 33 years ago.
Strong par 4. Perfect shot is down the right side with a little draw, or if you want to cut it along the trees like Jack did there and hit it straight, that's just fine also, and leaves you downhill lie.
Well, Pops is in the fairway. Today is Father's Day, and there's one very prominent member of this year's Open field who has spent more than his share of time with his kids this week. Well, and there are thoughts that Jack Nicklaus might well receive an exemption from the USGA to play in the year 2000 when the Open Championship returns to Pebble Beach, where Jack won in 1972. More than likely, we won't see him in an Open Championship until then. But that's all conjecture, and of course he could also qualify to be a part of the championship in ensuing years. Roger?
Well, I'm with Ernie Els, and Ernie, you played your way back into contention this morning. What got you going?
Well, I started making some putts there, Roger. I made a really good par-saving putt on my first hole this morning on 14 for par. Made about a 12-footer, and it kind of got me going, you know, and birdied 15, 16, and 17, making some good putts and hitting some good shots into the greens. I must say the greens were nice and soft this morning, so you can go for the flags.
Well, you're the only Open champion in the hunt. How satisfying would it be for you to have bookend Open trophies?
It'll be a great thrill. You know, obviously it's going to be a long, hard day. It's going to be like a war out there probably today. You know, I just got to try and play as well as I can. If it goes my way, good. If it doesn't, you know, what can I do? But I'm going to give it 100%.
Good luck to you.
Thanks a lot.
Back to you, Dick.
All right, thank you, Roger. Ernie Els, who grew up as a tennis player in South Africa and then took up the game of golf. Let's check on Tiger Wood at the 5th.
4 par. That'll be his 3rd straight bogey. What a different story it is in this season's 2nd major championship. Tiger now 12 off the pace. Remember, he started the final round of the Masters with a 9-shot lead. Different story here at the Open. Nick Faldo playing with Tiger Woods, parred the 5th hole, so Faldo remains at +4 for the championship. 1 under on his round today. And again, Tom Lehman and Jeff Maggart. Final twosome will tee off in a little less than an hour. As we remind you that the MetLife blimp is capturing these beautiful pictures high above Congressional Country Club during this coverage all week long of the U.S. Open Championship. Bright blue skies today, low humidity, temperatures just perfect, just a little bit of breeze. Should be a great championship Sunday. We mentioned Jack Nicklaus, and we'll see him in a couple of weeks at the U.S. Senior Open. Olympia Field Country Club, just outside of Chicago. Dave Stockton, the defending champion, as the best in senior golf take aim at the Senior Open title prize. That coming your way in 2 weeks on NBC. Back to Jack.
Well, you can see this hole is going to could determine the championship later on in the day. Got a hole location today that is very difficult, way back in the corner here, right up against the water. If you hit it left at all, it'll roll into the bank. And you can see here, good angle here. If you hit this bank here, it'll roll right back down in the water. So there'll be a lot of players, you know, hitting it out on this side of the green and going with the 2-putt from there. But a very fine hole. You got to drive it in the fairway, and then you got to ask yourself, do I have the shot to hit it in there?
I'd be very careful over here. This could go anywhere.
He's telling the people to be careful. I'm not sure how it could get over there. It'd have to go through the tree to get there, but good way to break your club. That's a very fine shot. Look at this, scampering down there onto the level and might be on the fringe of the green.
On the green, and then back off.
That's a very fine shot. They loved it. So obviously favors later in the day Tom Lehman, who plays a draw. You can see the way the green shapes. Jack, who doesn't play that shot very often, he can hit it, but he'll probably just go right at it. Either that or just play it to the right and make his par. Let's take a look at his swing. We've seen some good swings out of Jack where he chases after it. Oh, that one looked very discombobulated, but maybe it's coming back. Hard to tell, but that was Bale City. That was probably, I'm going to hit it stiff, and the last minute said, I'm not going in the water.
Let's go to the 5.
Second shot for Jose Maria Olazabal this a moment ago in the midst of a miraculous comeback. Didn't play at all last year because of the foot injury. Has worked his way up to 8th on the European money list, and watch this approach at 5. Ali at +5, +1 on his round today as we inch closer to the final pairings. Lehman and Maggart teeing off in just about 50 minutes.
welcome back. That huge gallery behind 17, Jack Nicklaus.
Really a thick lie from there, uphill stance. Just throwing it up there, trying to feed it down that hill right there and let it just trickle, but pretty darn good shot, probably within about, look at it, just keeps coming, about 5-6 feet from the hole. Has very good touch. He's really improved that part of his game.
Perfect setting, this natural amphitheater surrounding the waters of 17 and 18.
That shot we see in the background, that was heavily treed just a few years ago, and that's been all cleared out, so the gallery would have a nice clean view of both of these greens. Very well done.
Let's go to Roger Maltby.
Thank you, Dick. And with Tom Lehman. And Tom, you finished well this morning. Did that overnight break help you regroup?
It really did. I probably played the best 5-hole stretch that I've played in the tournament this morning. Hit every shot the way I wanted to, made a couple putts, and to shoot 2 under when I was playing that long, I felt really good about that.
Well, it's been 6 hours since you finished this morning. How'd you spend the time?
Actually, no, I took a nap. I took about a 2.5-hour nap, which felt great. Just packed up, got ready to go. We're leaving tonight later on, hopefully very late, and so I got to get the house in order.
Did you sleep well last night?
I did. Well, until someone called me at 11:30. From that point on, I was a little bit up and down, but I'm ready to play.
And your frame of mind for today?
Just to keep on doing what I've been doing. I think all I can do is take care of myself. Go out and play my own game, shoot a score. Don't worry about anybody else.
Good luck to you.
Thanks, Roger.
Back to you, Dick.
Consider that, not since 1930 has a player led going into the final round. Bobby Jones, 28, 29, 30. 3 straight years. Lehman, 95, 96, 97. So he's positioned himself, and he's in the right progression from third, tie for second. Is this the year? Lehman, to compare him to Nicklaus, and Nicklaus 41 U.S. Opens. If Lehman continues on his consecutive streak, he'll tie Nicklaus in the year 2029. He'll make it 41 in a row. Golden Bear treated to a royal round of applause after he chipped on.
Looking back at the 17th green, which of course features Mr. Jack Nicklaus and Mr. Goidos. We saw his great approach shot from the trees, the recovery, and hit it onto the front green, putted it down to here. He hits it out there right, and it doesn't come back. All these putts, mark them in your brain, because the same putts will be so clutch about 4.5 hours from now.
So Goidos drops to +8 for the championship. He's 1 under on his round.
Jack, of course, from right at the green and 2 after a poor iron shot. He had a good pitch shot. Leaves himself downhill 5-footer. Not too much break. Should move a little left. Pushed it. Sort of took a little bit of a pop. That's an unusual stroke for Jack right there.
So Jack 4 over on his round. And heads for the par 3 18th. And we go to the 6th.
Where Nick Faldo faces a very difficult third shot. The area where the gallery has trampled the grass down. Oh, that's a blade. Ooh, pitches it into the water.
What a time to do it, huh?
Wow. And that is marked as a yellow hazard, so he'll have to either drop right there or use the ball drop.
Now let's just walk with Jack Nicklaus from 17 to 18. Tee. As we've underlined so many times the past 4 days, no one of his age has ever advanced to the weekend of a U.S. Open Championship at 57. He's currently tied for 57th, and he first won in 1957.
The strongest part about the whole thing is he didn't come here saying, I'm going to be the oldest player to make the cut. He came here to win. He still believes that given the right circumstances that he could have that week that could allow him to win.
Let's go to the 6th.
And now Nick Faldo has dropped in the same position, and he's actually trying to play back to the fairway and doesn't make it. This is a good indication of just how difficult this 6th hole can play, the hardest hole on the course. We'll go back to 18.
Gives you a chance, Johnny Miller, to talk about 18 and look ahead to the leaders when they come here. If it's close, any chance for even something as dramatic as a hole-in-one?
You never know. This hole today sets up beautifully for Tom Lehman. If he has to have a birdie, he'll play a draw shot and work it right into the hole like he did earlier this morning for his birdie. It does not favor a guy really that's moving the ball the other direction. I just don't see a person having that kind of insides to aim at the edge of the water and work it back towards the pin. You got to be setting it out in the middle of the green and playing a draw. A guy like Colin Montgomery, you know, it's got to be middle of the green, right side of the green, you would think. Else could probably work it if he needed to in there, but the hole today is playing 186 yards, slightly downhill, and Jack's saying that the wind is maybe moving just a little bit to the left. Jackie, his son, caddying for him, which Jack gets a kick out of not only the companionship but the bonding. It's a wonderful thing. I caddied for my son Andy in the Open qualifier last week. There's nothing better. I mean, I can't think of anything better, and Jack feels the same way. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go right at it. But that's where the leaders are going to hit it, and we get to watch that putt again. It doesn't do a lot.
Let's go out to 6.
And just a moment ago, this now Nick Faldo's 6th shot.
Did you get enough green to work with there, Gary?
Well, the real problem's the deep grass again, John.
You believe this?
So he's now short of the green in 6. That was a moment ago. And now back live, his putt for a triple bogey 7.
Going for snowman all over it, huh?
Well, how about that for a 7? Stroke average at 6 had been 4.7. It'll go up after that one.
Looks a little strange when you had 0 putts on that hole, make 7, huh?
Well, there are several uncharacteristic shots of Nick Faldo, no question about it.
Yeah, they applaud a great shot, but it doesn't please Faldo to walk away 7. Let's go to Roger.
Thanks, Dick. With Colin Montgomery, and Colin, you've made no secret of the value you place in this championship. What would winning this mean to you today?
Well, I mean, as much to me as anybody out here, I suppose. You know, there's always a yes, he's had a good career, but, and I want to get rid of that but, as a lot of people do, obviously. But a lot of hard work to be done. I know I've got to be under par today, possibly, and that's tough to have 3 scores under par around here. I just wish I could take Friday away, but it's not. I managed to get back into it yesterday and this morning and to give myself a chance, but that's only a chance. I got a lot of hard work to do today.
Continue good luck.
Thank you.
Dick, back to you.
Born in Scotland, lives in England, and here's one of America's treasures, Jack Nicklaus. A lot of parents here with young children to watch these golfers, and someday there'll be a young kid as a grown man say, I was lucky enough I got to see Jack Nicklaus.
Hopefully he will play in another Open. Pebble Beach and Jack are best of friends. For the 2000 year ushering in. sure there's just a flashback of so many great memories going through his mind right now. It's nice to be able to reflect and have so many positives come up. A lot of players, that's not the case.
Well, for decades, centuries to come, men will measure their greatness against that man.
No doubt about that.
Let's go back to Roger.
Thank you, Dick. Jeff Maggart. It's not been a great year for you so far. What have you been doing better or differently this week?
Well, the last 6 weeks, my game has really come around. Each week I've felt like I've done some things better. My confidence is a lot better. I'm really starting to drive the ball well, which is one of the things that I normally do well. And the last 6 weeks, my driving has really come around, and my putting has come around as well. So I have a lot of confidence in kind of some key areas of my game. And just over the last 3 or 4 weeks, I just felt like each week I've been playing a little bit better, and things are really falling together this week.
It's been a long time since you finished the third round. How have you been passing your time?
I went back, had a little nap, had some lunch, and it was a lot of looking forward to today. It's going to be a long afternoon, but it's going to be fun, and I'm looking forward to it.
Good luck to you this afternoon.
Thank you.
Back to you, Dick.
All right, Roger. Jeff Maggart, who starts 2 from the leader, Tom Lehman, will be playing with Lehman in the final group.
Well, let's watch this putt closely. It's coming right across the green from pretty much hole high, just slightly past hole high. This is pretty much where the most players will hit it today if they hit a good shot. Possibly right edge.
In the hole!
Hits it out about 9 inches, and it came back 1 inch. So that right edge is looking pretty good today. If the guy wants to make it from there.
Of course, we've retired Jack for years after years, and so we don't know whether or not this would be his last stroke in U.S. Open championship competition. And
I think a lot of it will have to do with his health. He's had some hip problems and back problems, and if he feels like he's competitive, I don't think he can stay away. I just don't think he can do it. He might want to, part of him might want to say, hey, let's retire, and part of him says, I don't think so. I'm going to go out and see if I can beat those young guys and do something nobody else has ever done.
Paul Goydos, a 1-under round for his birdie.
Popular spot that the leaders will be hitting into later on. You can see that putt. He started at about 12 inches outside left, and it came back a little bit to the right. It's hard to tell from that putt exactly where it would have been if he hit it left edge.
Well, you don't have to really start your video machines to record the moment when Nicklaus cleans up his work here on 18, because if it is his last, it'll be in the archives and played over and over again. First Goydos for a 69 today. First round under par today, we might add. As he finishes +8, and now Jack.
Using that old stance, old putter, old sportsman wizard.
The thousands that surround 18 stand as one.
Jackie and Jack.
wife Barbara.
This is Nan to her left, right here. And Gary's wife there, and there's Gary. Look at the shoulders on Gary there. He's been pumping a little iron. Yeah, that's a great moment right there. Look at that. Jack said, I got to get out of here. I'm starting to cry.
Well, there's something about the final day of this event, falling on Father's Day, that brings some added emotion. But it's the competitive fires that are burning. Tom Lehman, as he goes for his first U.S. Open championship. Men that will try to follow the Golden Bear. "32 years ago, Gary Player completed a career Grand Slam, adding the U.S. Open to previous victories in the Masters, British Open, and PGA. Years earlier, he had promised Joe Day of the USGA that if he ever won the Open, he'd donate his winnings to junior golf. True to his word, Player did just that, turning over his entire winner's check of $26,000. Gary Player in 65.
And at the second, this birdie putt for Scott Hoke to get to even par for the championship. No, never hit it. He knew it. You don't get that many good opportunities. Must take advantage of them. And we see our leaders warming up on the practice tee. I'm sure right about now just trying to find some rhythm, calm the nerves, establish a pace that you hope to be able to maintain for the entire afternoon.
Working on tempo and solid shots about right now, I would think. Hopefully you're not working on too many keys, Gary.
No, that's exactly right. Just there's Jim Flick, Tom Lehman's instructor, so he's got a confidence builder right there with him. And we'll go to the 8th.
Second shot for Tiger Woods into the short par 4. 362. Not a good Sunday for Woods, who is 3 over in his round.
Yeah, that's a good birdie opportunity for Tiger right here. Whole location is very close to this little brow in the green that sticks out right here, but with a wedge, shouldn't be a problem. See, his follow through is way to the left, more left than I've seen it.
And finally a chance for birdie for Woods, who is trying to be the youngest to win the Open since Bobby Jones in 1923.
And at 12 now, Nick Price for birdie. This to get to +4. Pretty fast coming down. Nick puts it in, and he is 2 under on his round today from +6 to +4. And back to 8.
Nick Faldo's second shot.
Got it right where he wants to. Just a nice sand wedge. Shot there.
Woods and Faldo safely on, almost equidistant. We go to 17 and the second shot of Paul Azinger into what was the 18th hole. Last time the U.S. Open hosted here at Congressional. Beautiful down slope to the green into the clubhouse.
Even parted this afternoon. Good playing today for Paul. See if he can get a good finish. And a very smart shot. Lays himself sort of a fast putt, but a very good spot to be on this difficult par 4.
Now we're looking from behind the 17th up the fairway. Check the 97th U.S. Open leaderboard. Lehman, the leader, still about 20 minutes before he'll tee off. All those trying to catch in pursuit of the national championship.
The 97th United States Open Championship is brought to you by Nike, who encourages you to participate in the lives of America's youth. By the business advisors of Arthur Anderson. By UPS, moving at the speed of business. And by Top Flight Strata Tour, the #1 multi-layer ball on tour.
Back at the 8th, Faldo made par. Woods for birdie.
Moves left, a couple inches. It's one of those days you reach for it and it says, I don't think so.
So he remains 3 over in his round. +7 for the championship. And let's go to the first tee.
2:36 starting time. From Flat Rock, North Carolina, Tommy Tolles.
Thirty-year-old Tolles looking for his first major win. Any win for that matter.
Solid player. Good golf swing, good release of the club. Reminds me a little bit of Paul Azinger coming up.
From Greenville, South Carolina, Jay Haas.
Veteran Haas is 43 in his 20th U.S. Open. His best was a tie for 4th in '95 at Shinnecock.
Putting very well, 4th ranked in putting this week. Solid in other parts of his game, going with his 3-wood.
Very good, thanks.
Good start. Obviously the nerves are not out of control.
Meanwhile, on the green at 1, Billy Andrade, 33-year-old from Bristol, Rhode Island and Atlanta. Always dreamed of being a golfing star from the 6th grade on when he wrote a paper.
Going in, but pretty good pace.
Andrade +1 for the championship, and he's +1 earlier this year, his 2nd child born.
Nice young fellow.
He really is very personable, always has time for you. He's kind to the media, which isn't always easy, and he's sensitive to the fans.
Enjoys announcing. Someday he might be a star announcer after a good career, hopefully.
Andrade begins with his par, and we move ahead to the par 4 17th. Azinger's bid for birdie.
Fast putt down the hill. You see that pulling to the right.
Back to the first green, and David Ogren, who starts even for the championship, has a birdie chance.
He's having a tremendous golf tournament. He's got to be really happy. He's been playing well as of late. His putt, this championship means so much to him, even if he doesn't win, to finish strongly, just to get a feel of what it's like to be there in contention in a major. That's a good start. Great start.
Ogren to 1 under for the championship, 4 from the leader Tom Lehman. So we update our leaderboard. Lehman and Maggart close to starting, as is the case with an interesting pairing of Els and Montgomery. Ogren moves into sole possession of 5th place at the moment. Let's go out on the fairway at the par 4 first. Tommy Tolles first.
Trying to visualize what he wants to do here. It's a great birdie opportunity this first hole. If you can get the ball in the fairway, it's definitely a birdie opportunity. He got his left hole location. Don't want to go left, obviously, but it's the time you want to fire at the pin. I really do believe that. Get off to a good start, set the tone for the day. Little uphill lie, as you can see. 166 yards, probably 7 iron. Even though it looks like an 8. There it is. Tommy Tolles. Fantastic start. And very calmly he looks at that shot. Not out of proportion.
And that birdie would send him to 1 under for the championship.
Boy, that's good stuff right there. That gets my blood going. I feel like we're ushering in the real deal right now. The next groups, starting with these ones. These are the guys that you're going to be watching, and probably the winner will come from this group down to Lehman. Haas shooting 73, 69, 68. Great playing right there, and another good shot.
Well, golfing genes for this man, his uncle, Bob Golby, of course, a great player on tour. Let's move ahead to the second. Gary?
Thank you, Dick. This is David Ogren. And his tee shot at the 239-yard uphill par 3. That a 3-wood. And nicely done. Ball will roll up to about pin high. And a good shot there. And it's Tom Lehman at 5 under par. He and Jeff Maggart will be teeing off shortly, along with Ernie Els and Colin Montgomery.
Colin Montgomery trying to become the 11th Scotsman to win the U.S. Open, but the first since Tommy Armour 70 years ago.
A tremendous player, one of the most consistent players in the world. Only a couple of guys who could claim that they've played better the last 4 years. He's been the leading money winner on the European Tour the last 4 years.
From Troon, Scotland, Colin Montgomery. Play away, please.
Playoff losses in the majors. 94 at Oakmont and to Steve Elkington at Riviera in the 95 PGA. So got to collect himself. Happy with his round, the way he finished it off this morning. 3-wood. He has a perfect game for the U.S. Open. High fade,
South Africa,
great driver of
the
the ball.
1994 United States Open champion, Ernie Els.
Maybe the best swinger of the golf club for a guy over 6'3" ever. Tom Weiskopf, Ernie Els in the same breath. Just never makes a hard swing. Yeah, I think he could hit the ball almost as far as Tiger if he wanted to. Watch this tempo. Just beautiful. Just syrupy. No claps there. It's not a good sign.
Into the primary rough to the left as Els to start his round. Let's move ahead to the green. Jay Haas for birdie. Tolles tapped in for his birdie.
Downhill putt. What a start for this group.
So Haas and Tolles each with a birdie, and they are now 1 under for the championship. And those behind Lehman trying to add a little pressure. And I sense, and just sitting next to you in your body language, Johnny, that the pressures, the exhilaration of this experience, only one who's lived through it can appreciate.
Well, you know, the Open has got a special aura about it. The pressure is the highest in golf. I don't think there's any doubt about it. The test is the highest in golf. It's the most demanding. You know you have to play it the way they set it up. There's no alternative routes like Seve at the British Open. You can't play out of the trees. I mean, the bottom line is you got to do certain things right. So it's a restrictive type of a situation, and to be able to pull it off and be the winner, you just know you had to do what you had to do. And so this is great stuff. I love to see this part of the telecast. It's going to fly by now as you out there get involved in this championship just like we're going to do. So hopefully this is going to be a great finish. I think Tom Lehman is the man to beat, no doubt about it.
Let's go out to the 5th here at Congressional.
And among those making a move, Jeff Sluman, his approach to this par 4 to this point, this for birdie. And his second birdie in the first 5 holes. Sluman has moved from +3 to +1, just 6 back. And let's go back to 2.
And at the long par 3, David Ogren with this long birdie effort. Big swing from right to left. And an excellent lag putt. Ogren should be able to make his par 3 and remain at 1 under par.
Looking down on the first hole there, you see the 4 bunkers on the right that are in play, and Ernie Els has hit it short of that left one in the high grass, which is 6-7 inches high, and I'm talking thick. Now this man does have the ability. You see him choking down as he showed at Oakmont. He has the ability to get out of rough that hardly anybody else does. But this rough, it's sort of in a league of its own.
Dan Pohl, what's he contemplating?
Well, he's got a great lie. Got it up on top of the hill where it almost looks like he's sitting just on the top of the grass. Got 174 yards to the flag, 160 to cover that bunker right at it. So kind of depends on if he thinks this ball's going to fly on him or not, Johnny. It's one of those shots where we've seen this week, if you try to power it out of there, sometimes you can miss it left.
Most players would play up the throat of the green, 25 feet right of the hole, and that way if it's short it's okay, and if it's long it's okay. But be interesting to see if he goes right at it.
Well, he's got a 7-iron out.
I gotta believe he'd be playing right of the hole.
See if it jumps. Came out hot. It's a good looking shot if it's up.
A little surprising. I don't know if he was aiming there, but that's a very surprising flight to go at the hole when you're in that kind of rough situation.
Now Montgomery.
Beautiful 3-wood off the tee. 144 yards to the flag.
After shooting 65, 76, 67.
That's just a 9-iron. Beautiful looking golf shot here, starting out on number 1.
That'll do it.
So Mario starts 2 under for the championship, 3 from the lead, in birdie position on the first hole. And Tom Lehman and Jeff Maggard in the final group, ready for their presence. The battle is on for the '97 U.S. Open title.
Welcome back. This just moments ago out of the bunker, the 3rd shot by Els.
Can't get a much simpler bunker shot than this. This is like the easiest possible.
So Els is the 2nd South African to win the U.S. Open Championship, joining Gary Player. He is on safely, and now Montgomery for his birdie.
Little right edge putt. That's where you want it.
Ooh. Slid it in. Montgomery to 3 under for the championship, 2 from Lehman. Out of the first tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final pairing of the 97th United States Open Championship. From the Woodlands, Texas, Jeff Maggard. Play away, please.
Well, it's the round of his career right here. He's definitely got the game to do it, but you hate to have your only title have mouse ears on it.
Winning the Disney in '93.
Good start.
And from Scottsdale, Arizona, Tom Lehman.
So in the U.S. Open, his roughest rounds have been the final rounds.
Only player without a round over par. 67, 70, 68. He probably deserves this championship more than anybody else in the field right now after the last 2 years in the play this week. Reigning British Open champion, and maybe has the best insides of anybody on the course.
He's described his golf this week, and his game plan is boring golf. And basically, Johnny's saying that he's not going to take any crazy chances. He's going to try to play it as conservatively, and yet you feel he's an aggressive guy.
He is. He hits his putts as firmly as anybody, and he's got good distance. He's got a great team with him and Andy Martinez. I was out on the course earlier this week, and every day the only guy I see out there is Andy Martinez, and that's dedication.
Let's go to 2.
Tommy Tolles with this putt for his par 3 after a very nice bunker shot. Well struck. Jay Haas putting before Tommy was able to make 3 and remain at 1 under par, as does Tolles. And we'll go back to the tee. Colin Montgomery with the honor.
Gary's got a 2-iron out. 229 yards to carry that bunker on the left side. 239 to the flag. This hole really doesn't, this pin placement really doesn't set up for him, Gary.
Well, he does like to work the ball from left to right.
Gary, it's not all bad because he probably could just throw it right at the hole knowing he has all that green to this side to work with.
And well, and I think that's where you're really trying to put the ball, John, somewhere to the right and short of the hole.
Driving in low when he's come off it, it's heading right.
Oh, and that finds the front bunker. That's going to leave a very lengthy and difficult bunker shot.
Hopefully that didn't bury Gary, because I hit right up in the face of it.
Ernie Els next to play.
Well, a high ball player going with a 2-iron also. This is plenty of club for him.
Lost his iron shot on 1 to the left, maybe being too syrupy. You know, if you swing too easy coming down, the club will release you. That was a little firmer swing there, and he's looking right, though.
Yeah, it's just right edge of the green. It's got to kick left.
Oh, it should. A little bit unlucky, just hangs in the shortcut of fringe. Not all bad.
From the U.S. Open Championship on NBC this week, on to Wimbledon. Martina Hingis, at just 16, the #1 player in the world. Can she add Wimbledon to her Australian title? Follow all the action beginning a week from today, the Wimbledon preview show, and then daily coverage starting on Saturday the 28th. Jeff Maggart, his second shot. Roger?
Jeff Maggart in the right center of the fairway has 159 to the hole. Hole cut 19 paces on, just 4 paces from the left edge. This is a 7-iron. Likes to move the ball right to left. This is a good hole location for him.
Notice how steady he is with his head, how he rotates around it.
This ball starting right, drawing back, slightly right of the hole.
It's a good one, Roger, about 10 feet underneath the hole.
Maggart's best effort this year, a tie for 5th at Tucson. He was a runner-up in 3 PGA Tour events last year.
Just a little breeze up there, huh, Roger?
A little bit from the players right to left and helping, John. Tom Lehman now has 148 yards. This is a 9-iron.
All these left hole locations for him are green light specials. He likes to move the ball at that tree we see right there with a little draw.
Started this ball right, turning it back. If it spins left, could be good.
So Lehman and the closest pursuers are on the course here at Congressional, the 97th U.S. Open final round.
You are watching the U.S. Open on NBC Sports.
Welcome back. Colin Montgomery's second shot. Par 3, long bunker shot, big swing.
What a shot.
Wow. Is that any good? Very nicely done. A brave shot by Montgomery. We go back to the first.
Tom Lehman's trying to start his day as the leader with a birdie.
This a 15-footer will move to his left. Got to be careful, not the kind of putt to ram if it gets underneath the hole and get on by. Decelerated on that, John. Tentative looking stroke.
I think deep down, par start's pretty good when you're leading by a couple.
Let's go to 2.
Long putt for Ernie Els from the fringe. Big influence by the ridge right there. Should turn hard to his left. Oh, and that's not particularly good.
To 6.
Second shot of Jeff Sluman. It's a 4-wood. Oh, and that looks like it's headed right. Look out, water. Wow, this 6th hole is really playing tough today. Slightly back into the breeze.
And at the first hole, Jeff Maggard a chance to climb within 1 of the lead.
Key putt. Ranked number 1 in putting this week. Just really putting well.
Come on, Tom. Let's go, Tom.
Maggard opens with par to 2.
Colin Montgomery's par effort. Well struck. Great save by Montgomery. Will remain at 3 under par for the championship.
Nice 3-3 start.
So there's our current leaderboard. Lehman with his par at 1. Montgomery, Els, and Maggard 2 back.
Back at the second. Ernie Els, par putt. Oh, another good stroke. This guy's making a couple of nail biters early on. That'll help calm you down a little bit, boost your confidence. And they'll move on to the 3rd tee. We'll move on to number 8. Excuse me, 18.
In his 24th Open appearance, Tom Watson. Make that 26, the winner in 82. Finishing up on 18. Rough day for this popular gentleman of golf, a 79. Top 10 times in the U.S. Open. To the 2nd tee.
Jeff Maggard will be playing first. Roger Maltby's with the group.
Well, this hole playing 239 yards today. A little help from the wind and from the right. Jeff Maggard has a 2-iron here, 215 to that front edge. A long way for Jeff to hit a 2-iron.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, Roger. I'm a little surprised at this club selection.
And he's got the ball hanging out right, trying to hit a draw. Front bunker.
Very similar position to where we just saw Montgomery ahead of him. And that leaves, again, the very difficult bunker shot. We see his best finishes in major championships. Move ahead to the 3rd.
Going with the 3-wood. Right up the gut. Beautiful tee shot.
Back at the 2nd. Tom Lehman ready now. Would imagine this is his 1-iron.
It is. Got this shot going just right on the hole, drawing back. He blistered this ball.
Hold on, hold on. Oh, been things up. That will leave a terribly fast putt. And our coverage of the final round of the 97th U.S. Open Championship is underway. Our lead group at the second hole. Tom Lehman currently holding a 2-stroke lead over 3 others. But there's a lot of golf left to play. A lot of action to come.
Welcome back just moments ago for birdie Jay Haas.
Putting up on top of that level and moves to the left. Jay.
Haas birdies 2 of the first 3 to go 2 under for the championship.
Jay making it interesting for the veterans.
Back to 2.
And we see the ball of Jeff Maggard. Roger, the lie appears to be pretty good.
Pretty good. The ball a little bit above his feet, but a 90-foot bunker shot. We saw Ernie Els scull it over the green from here yesterday. Not an easy bunker shot at all.
With a little fluffy sand, you really have to swing hard to get it there.
He's played it beautifully. Oh, unlucky there. Unlucky it checked up that quickly.
And the officials following this final twosome. On our left is Trey Holland, who is the chairman of the USGA Rules Committee. In the middle we have Sir Harvey Douglas, the captain of the R&A. And on the right, Buzz Taylor, the chairman of the USGA Championship Committee. They'll be following around in case any rulings are needed. As we go back to the second green.
And how fast is this guy?
I think it's real fast, Johnny. How about you, Roger?
Yeah, whisper quick, and he's going to have a little bit of tall fringe behind his ball. I don't know if it'll affect his stroke or not, but from my angle, it looks as though it may, which I think makes the putt that much harder to put a proper speed on.
Well, earlier, Billy Andrade was in a very similar position, appeared to hit what was a very good putt, and the ball raced about 10 feet by the hole.
Well, the one thing about Andy Martinez, worked for me for like 12 years. If there's a break, he always likes to overread the break. And if it's a fast putt, he really lets you know how fast it is. You never get one where it gets away from you with him on the bag. He'll say, just get it barely started.
That is great touch. And a nice safe par for Tom Lehman at the second. Remained at 5 under for the championship. We'll move ahead to the third.
Second shot for Montgomery.
It's 455-yard uphill par 4. Leaves in that lower collection area. Got the longish putt up onto that ridge.
Very near Ernie Els' second shot. Back to 2.
Jeff Maggard sizing up this putt. Uphill, should move a little to his left. Maggard has managed to par this difficult second hole, all 3 of the first rounds of the championship.
Yeah, has relied on his putter all week. He's going to need a solid stroke here. Oh, yeah, what a save.
Unflappable when he gets to the greens. Jeff Maggard, nice par saving putt, remains at 3 under par for the championship.
New York and Los Angeles, the Sparks and the Liberty. It's historical. NBC next Saturday, the premiere of the WNBA. It starts at 3:30 Eastern. Another game Sunday at 4. Charlotte, the Sting, will play the Mercury of Phoenix. 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific. Let's check on all the scores here in the final round of this 97th U.S. Open Championship. Up here
periodically at the bottom of your screen alphabetically. Follow your favorites. And as one might expect in these conditions, some big numbers.
Bottom line is anybody that even got in this championship should be patted on the back. It is so hard to get into this championship, I can't tell you. And to make the cut, all these guys you're seeing now are fellows that made the cut. 7,013 entries. These are the few that were within 10 shots of the lead. So I don't care what their score is. Nice playing. Good going.
So 7,156 make it. 84 made the cut out of some 25 million men and women who play golf in this country.
Okay, this putt comes up on the ridge right now. Doesn't do a lot. Now it levels out, and I don't know what he was playing for, but that was just played out there or pushed out there by Ernie Els.
Roger?
Well, Tom Lehman going with the driver here has not hit this fairway yet in the championship. Left rough 3 straight days. Jeff Maggard has already driven the ball down the left center of the fairway in great shape.
Pretty important hole to get in the fairway, Roger.
I think would give him a lot of confidence, John.
Well, they hit it just inside that bunker and just hit a little draw.
This ball starting down the center, drawing left. It's going to be in the left rough one more time. 4 straight days.
Now some holes that you just don't set up well for you. You'd think that one would, but obviously it doesn't.
Meanwhile on the green, Colin Montgomery with a long birdie putt.
Coming up there to the top of the back tier. Doesn't do much, but both players did not hit it at the hole.
For the par 4, fourth, 434 yards. Jay Haas, second shot. Haas off to 2 birdies the first 3 holes to pull within 3 of the lead.
You can see this hole location, unbelievable hole location there. Actually, he's got a pretty good angle from being in the right rough. That's textbook. That's right where he should have hit it. Take the bunker out of play and leave himself a fairly good putt. So smart veteran play there.
To 12.
And let's check in again with Tiger Woods off the tee at 12, 196 par 3. He is +7 for the championship. 6 straight pars since he bogeyed 3 in a row at 3, 4, and 5. So he's settled down a lot, but he began this final round 9 shots back and is currently 12 back. Playing with Nick Faldo. Back to 3.
For par, Els.
Right center putt.
So Els opens his round with 3 straight pars. And we go to Nick Faldo at 12.
Nick playing with Tiger Woods. Faldo began the day at +5. Really had a terrible hole at the difficult par 4-6 when he tripled it, moved him to +7. He has since bogeyed 10 and 11 to go to +9. So the last 2 Masters champions not having a good 97th U.S. Open at all. That was a 5-iron for Faldo, well below the hole at 12. To 18.
Payne Stewart finishing. This for par. 91 champion. One of his 9 PGA Tour wins. And for Payne Stewart, he finishes +8 for the championship, a 71 in his final round.
Not bad playing.
Back to 3. Jeff Maggard, second shot. Roger?
Jeff Maggart has 198 yards to the hole, back uphill. Hole located in the rear right terrace on this green, just 15 feet right of the hole.
Right here.
Always a solid ball striker. Certainly a wonderful iron player, John.
He is. He has a beautiful swing. I have said it before. It's a very simple backswing, and then he puts a reverse C finish, a lot of bend in his back. You'll see it's something that probably more than half the players did in our era, Roger. But watch his finish. Beautiful setup, very square, nice grip. Good swing.
This is a 4-iron. He started this ball at the right side of the green, drawing it back.
Boy, stiff, Roger. That's great stuff. Lehman in the left rough. Just got to lay it up, Raj.
He's got 187 to the hole. I don't believe he can get it there from this lie, no.
Got a wedge.
That's all he can do.
Want to get it back in play. That's a secret here, so he can give himself a wedge. Save par.
So perhaps a chance for Maggart to move within one of the lead. We'll find out when we return. In 1960 at Cherry Hills Country Club in Denver, Arnold Palmer staged the most dramatic comeback in U.S. Open history. After 54 holes, Palmer found himself 7 shots behind leader Mike Souchek, but Arnie charged back in the final round. A heroic 65 gave him a 2-shot win over a 20-year-old amateur by the name of Jack Nicklaus. Out to the third, and the third shot of Tom Lehman, the leader. This just moments ago.
83 yards to that back hole location. He can spin it past the hole. See if it comes back. Beautiful shot right through the pin. Gives himself a shot at it.
Ahead to the fourth, and a birdie opportunity for Jay Haas. Make it 3 out of 4.
After a very prudent second shot from the right intermediate rough. Gives himself sort of a side hill. It starts turning downhill right here to the left. Jay's had a very fine start to this round. He's got to feel good about where he is right now in the tournament. Championship, I mean.
Par 3 12th.
Tiger Woods for birdie, right to left swinger. And finally his first birdie of the final round. His first birdie in the last 19 holes for Tiger Woods. Back to 3.
And Tom Lehman, his attempt to save par. With Maggart in position for birdie.
Roger?
Well, this putt shouldn't do much going down this hill. It is quite quick from here, but I don't think he can give the hole up, Johnny. Pretty courageous 30 played in here. Has to be some par.
I thought it's pretty straight from there also. That's what my homework says. Well, could be a nice 2-shot swing right here. Roger, if Jeff Maggart makes this putt, he'll be 30 under 2 putts for 57 holes. That's putting your ball.
Yes, it is, especially on greens open speed. But every time I've watched him, I haven't really seen him hit a bad putt yet. Every putt he's hit's been pretty dadgum good.
Yeah, you wonder how long that can keep going that way before that hole starts shrinking up with nerves. But maybe this is his week. He's overdue.
Yeah, this one back uphill slightly. Will move a little to his left.
Couldn't be easier, could it?
No, it's a pretty simple putt.
Do you think Roger finally flashed in his mind that if I make this, I'm tied for the United States Open Championship?
I don't think so, John. No, certainly not at this stage. Jeff's pretty unflappable in that regard.
So with his par, Jeff Maggart moves to, or holds at 3 under, and is 1 from Tom Lehman to the 4th, and Colin Montgomery's second shot. He's only 1 behind Lehman. This just moments ago. And he catches the bunker or into that bank.
He thought he hit a good one.
President Bill Clinton here, well documented his love for this game.
Chelsea there,
just in front of him. He's been on the commencement tour, gave the address out at University of California, San Diego yesterday. Here for the finals.
President's looking relaxed and robust there.
Let's go to the 4th. Dan Poles there.
Well, already came up with from a 6-iron from 188, came in short. Not a very difficult bunker shot. He's got a good lie. Not much green to work with, but he should be able to put some spin on it. So off to just under collar there.
And his lie looks a lot better than Colin Montgomery's. Look at this right here. Ball above his feet. Buried. The only thing good about it is on an upslope, and you can sometimes take those lies and just sort of chunk down on it with a square club face, and it'll just pop out and trickle up there. But not an easy shot, huh, Dan?
Well, no, but he, like you said, he's got it on the upslope. The main thing is just not to catch it heavy and hit it into that thick rough in front of you. I don't think you'll have a problem with that. But this ball should come on, almost hit it a little fat, and just let it kind of pop out of there.
Pretty steep bank. Yeah, he's trying different, trying to get his feet comfortable. Looks like he's left foot looks like it's not even on the ground when he hit it down. Just his toe. Let's take a look at this. This is sort of interesting. Look, he couldn't get comfortable. And left heel's off the ground. Look at this. Left heel's totally off the ground right here. It's like he just developed a bone spur or something.
Meanwhile, on the tee, Jeff Maggart. That set jaw and the tight lips of Maggart, just grinding away, 1 off the lead. And
tough angle for the hole location, though.
216, 17. Second shot into the former finishing hole.
Trying to hit a high fade into this back left hole location. He's trying to fit it into that banana-shaped green there. And look at this. The grass has been shaved that many of the balls will trickle. And that very same thing could happen to any leader trying to catch up or play aggressive golf.
Lehman now off the tee at 4.
Solid there. Just ripped.
434 yards. Right down the middle.
Coming off a bogey.
Meanwhile, ahead on the green at the 4th, Colin Montgomery.
Dan?
Well, he's got about a 10-footer, pretty straight putt up the hill. Just got to get the right pace.
Yeah.
Oh, great up and down there.
All of a sudden, his putter's being friendly.
Monty stays within 1 of Lehman's lead. Colin Montgomery, his best European finishes in the, or of Europeans finishing in the U.S. Open. He's tied for 10, tied for 2nd, 3rd. Serious contender. Also in the 90s.
Not too often that you can post a 76 and have a shot at the United States Open championship, but of course he started out with a 65 and yesterday, and finishing off this morning a 67. So he's right there with 2 of the 3 best rounds of the championship.
65 is the best. Now for par else. Steady as well. Else and Montgomery remain at 3 under for the championship.
playing just in front of Tom Lehman and Jeff Maggart. We're going to move ahead to the par 4 fifth.
Jay Haas getting ready for Eli's 3.
What happened to his tee shot?
Well, we didn't buried it in the left bunker, Johnny. We're going to show that to you in just a moment, but this has been a
tough break, huh?
Tough break on the 5th here. This is his 3rd shot. So that coming out of the bunker for 4. So here's a look at the errant tee shot of Jay Haas off this par 4, 407-yard hole. This was the 2nd. And back to 4.
2nd shot for Lehman.
6 iron from 183 yards, drawing just left of the hole.
Well, it's close, Roger.
That's in the shadows up there, Johnny, by a tree. I don't know if Tom can see where the ball came down.
Well, it's just right up against the primary rough and the intermediate rough, the seam there, and it's not a very good spot.
Jeff Maggart from the intermediate rough, that a 5 iron from 178 yards, going at the right side of the green.
Pretty good play, I think, Roger, from the intermediate rough.
Tom Lehman endeavoring to win his first U.S. Open championship. His lead reduced to 1.
Out of the bunker at 5, 4th shot for Jay Haas. Had his problems off the tee, had his problems with his 2nd shot, his 3rd at that point, and so that for bogey. He's at 2 under. Let's go to 4.
Tom Lehman. Roger?
Well, Tom's bringing the ball up onto the green first. He's not away. Jeff Maggart is away. But Tom going first, wants the pin left in. Really doesn't have too bad a lie here. This is the kind of shot you can make, John.
I'll take your word for it.
Well, I stuffed it. It really wasn't that bad a lie. It could have been much worse. It wasn't sitting as deep as I thought it might.
Again, that primary rough, 6 to 8 inches.
Normal rough, you can take it and you'll see a divot and you'll see stuff fly out all over the place. And this grass, this ryegrass, is so tough. It's got a little fescue in it, and when you hit it, it doesn't even break anything, except for maybe your spirit.
Well, the test as set up by the USGA is to find the top player in the most difficult conditions, and that's part of the exercise.
There's plenty of room out there to play. If you miss the fairways, you sort of have to, you don't blame the USGA.
Well, Jeff Maggart now has a good 40 feet. He's on the right side of a ridge that divides this green from front to back, so he'll have to putt up over that, about 15 feet in front of him, and then it'll start moving to his left.
Well, as Johnny has documented, look at the bottom there, putts per round, 26.3, ranked best of the best this week.
You can see this ridge that Roger's talking about runs like that. It's got to go up and then it levels out. Look at this. Look at this. The magic continues, Raj.
Kind of unlikely after missing the short one last hole. Funny how the game works, isn't it?
Well, let's put it this way. If he 2 putts in, he's already got his money's worth this week.
What a 3 for Jeff Maggart to move to 4 under for the championship.
Now the pressure really builds on Lehman's par putt. First, let's go to 5.
And Colin Montgomery looking over his approach to this par 4 fifth. Just a moment ago, Jay Haas recorded a double bogey to move back to even par for the championship. Colin Montgomery 3 under.
177 yards trying to muscle a 7-iron back there, and this has got to go up into the wind.
Short.
It's 2 in a row. He came up short.
Back to 4.
Oh my! So Lehman, a 2-shot swing with a long birdie bomb by Maggard, and now this for bogey for Lehman.
He's dropped 3 shots in the last 2 holes to Mr. Maggard.
Maggard's been close in a major before. He was 4th at Shinnecock in the U.S. Open 2 years ago at a final round 66. He briefly led the final round of the 92 BGA before finishing 6th.
Second shot, Ernie Els at the 5th.
8-iron on an intermediate rough, 164 yards. It's a good looking shot here. A little left of the hole, got to get up just a tad.
Hole location is back right today. This hole played the easiest on the course today. Back to 4.
And the bogey putt for Tom Lehman. He came here with a 1-shot lead before, and he leaves 1 behind Jeff Maggard.
He's got to regroup right now.
And Maggard continues to be absolutely superb on the greens. We go to 14, the par 4.
Where Tiger Woods has found the left rough 193 yards from the hole.
Oh, that looks thick.
Yeah, but look at this swing, John. This ball's got a lot of carry to it. Oh, this is phenomenal.
How about just go in the hole while you're at it?
This, I think, is what people expected this week, that Tiger would have a huge advantage out of the rough. That's an incredible shot.
Gary, I think we'd have seen more of that if he had been using the driver more often, because he had such a short iron he could muscle it out of there, but he's been laying it back with a 2-iron and 3 woods, so the longer shots. Now you can see this 5th hole right here. It's a good looking hole, 407 yards. It's just 25 yards wide. What happens is you drive off and you hit up into this plateau right here, and very narrow. You can see the waist of this hole right there. And so a lot of players will elect to use a 2-iron, 3 wood. We saw Jay Haas a minute ago buried in this bunker here, which wasn't good. But if you can get it in the fairway, like Dan says, yesterday this played the easiest hole on the golf course. And so in the fairway, got a good shot at birdie.
There is Colin Montgomery looking over where his ball is. Apparently it's found the rough and not the bunker.
And you can just see how thick that is on TNT.
It is very.
Not only you can't see the shoes, you can't see can't see the cuff of the pant.
Johnny, I was amazed trying to hit a 177-yard 7-iron into the wind. It just ballooned on him. I don't think under his best conditions he could get that back to the hole.
I know those seed heads you talked about earlier, Johnny. Those will strangle the club even further.
Yeah, they're like the width of 30-pound test fishing line.
That's a good analogy.
They are. I'm a fisherman, but maybe they're about 8-pound test in reality. But I'm telling you, they are something.
A test, nevertheless. This is 3rd.
Got to muscle it out of there. Real solid at impact. Pretty good shot, huh, guys?
Real good shot. That'll be a quick putt for par, but maybe Monty can have another good up and down like he did on the 2nd hole out of the bunker at the long par 3.
There's going to be a lot of interesting things, crazy things, heroic things happen between now and the 18th green. So you got to be very patient.
Back on the tee at 5, Jeff Maggard.
Looks like a driver.
Most of the players go with a long iron or a 3 wood, but Jeff Maggard safely in the fairway. And back up to the green, Ernie Els. And this will be a rather quick putt, Raj.
Well, Dan.
Excuse me, Dan.
Dan, this is his real first opportunity for birdies. Really not played an Ernie Els type of round so far, missing some fairways. Not real sharp on his iron play. this is really quick going down this hill. Just kind of lay it out there about a foot left of the hole. Watch it pick up speed as it goes past the hole.
Else 4 pars in a row to begin his day, and back on the tee, Tom Lehman going with a 3-wood.
Just set it down the right side with a draw. See if it comes back. Start down the right side.
That's in good shape. Lehman trying to get back on track after back-to-back bogeys at 3 and 4. 1 back of Maggart. As you take a look at the leaderboard. Now Colin Montgomery, who after a poor round, second round, said he slowed everything down yesterday to get back on track. Appears to be in a pretty good rhythm today again. This for par. Just nudges it in. Another nice par save for Monty. Boy, the saves at 2 and then at 5 have been remarkable. To 14.
Tiger Woods, this very short putt for a birdie, just his second of the day. Oh, no.
That's that pull again.
Yeah, exact same stroke. Move back to 5.
Else for par. And the South African churning out the pars. 5 straight to begin his final round, and he remains at 3 under, right with Monty, who he's playing with. Just 1 back of Maggart.
More excitement in a major sports event coming from Wimbledon, the All England Club. In 2 weeks, Pete Sampras, searching for his place in history, seeks his 10th Grand Slam title, only 2 off Roy Emerson's all-time record. Sampras, can he win Wimbledon again? You'll see the preview show next Sunday, and daily we'll have coverage from London beginning a week from Saturday.
Well, there's the hole location today back right. We mentioned that in the 3rd round it was the easiest hole on the course. Played more under par than the par 5s did, but today a different story with that hole location. And Roger, who plays first?
Tom Lehman is away, has 164 yards left to the hole. We just saw evidence of the soft conditions of Congressional today and what difference the rains make. This ball only pitched and moved about 6 inches. In the first 3 rounds, had the ball landed this close to the edge of the fairway, it might have bounded into the rough, but it stayed in the fairway, so good break. This is a 7-iron.
Standing below the ball about an inch or 2.
Oh, what a shot by Lehman. Needless to say, best of the day. And that's a pretty gutsy shot when you consider that the chipping area is behind the hole at 5. He went right after it. Now Maggart.
This from 143. This is an 8-iron. Got a much better angle at the flag than Tom had. This shot just left of the hole.
Solid shot by Maggart. Ahead to the tough 6th.
This 475-yard par 4, converted par 5. The members normally play it as that. The most difficult hole on the golf course. Just 1 birdie here today, playing slightly into the breeze.
And you can see this water here that Nick Faldo had nothing but trouble with. He chipped it into the water, and you got to be careful this little creek here if you hit a blocker. And there is OB. All this is out of bounds here, so It is one tough cookie right here.
And we take a look at the most difficult holes on the golf course. Number 6, top of the list, playing to 4.78. As I mentioned, just one birdie here today.
And how about that hole location? That doesn't.
It's not much fun. On the tee, Colin Montgomery.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's heading quick left.
He broke
Might
down.
not reach to the trees, but it's going to be a deep rough.
Yeah, that's a very rare miss for Montgomery. We go back to the 5th.
And the cheers you heard when Monty teed off. Tom Lehman coming up for a tap-in birdie. That'll help you out when you've got back-to-back bogeys on the card.
He'd probably like to putt, but his footprints would be interesting. I guess they won't be in the way, huh?
No, it'll be left of Jeff Maggart's line. Jeff's putt breaks left to right, and if he misses, it'll go on past the hole on the right side.
See, he's very careful. That's something every golfer should watch for.
Tee shot of Ernie Els on the way.
And also heading up the left side into the primary rough.
Most likely we will see 2 layups there. We go back to the 5th.
Where Jeff Maggart now shares the lead with Tom Lehman after Lehman's magnificent 7-iron here to the 5th.
Yeah, this is a tough putt Jeff has. Downhill, slippery putt breaking to the right. Just got to get it off the hole and just feel the distance for it. It's there's no precise read to a lot of these putts, Johnny. You just got to find an area and just kind of hope your speed matches the line.
Does this have much break? I didn't remember this breaking much.
I think as it loses speed, it should come right, yes.
I know it's quick. These are the kind of putts, you know, if you can get them tracking, they're easy to make as long as you just get it started and let it just feed on down there. The way he's putting, the hole looks like probably a bushel basket.
Now you see the putts per round. Mentioned how great he has been on these greens at Congressional all week long. This for birdie to regain sole possession of the lead. See that putt wants to come back to the left right at the end. But Tom Lehman's birdie at 5 has given him a tie for this championship with Jeff Maggart. One more look at the fluid swing of Tom Lehman. Birdie at 5.
Welcome back. We're at the 6th tee, watching Tom Lehman ahead. Both Ernie Els and Colin Montgomery were forced to chip out back to the fairway to lay up. Good look down at the expanse of this hole. 475 yards, slightly against the breeze today. While he waits, we'll move forward to the green. This a moment ago. Tommy tolls for a very rare birdie here. Beautifully done. That moves Tolles to 1 under par for the championship. Only the 2nd birdie on this hole all day. And Colin Montgomery now preparing for his 3rd shot. Dan Poles there.
Only lay it up in a terrible line in the left rough. Could lay it only down there. We're hit 139 yards to the flag. It's got that heading left. Not a bad play, Gary. It's pretty tough to aim at this hole just with a 9-iron. Can't imagine standing back there with about a 3 or 4-iron in my hand.
Well, we have seen a number of balls left of this flag. And now back to the tee. Tom Lehman's ready.
Well, Gary, he was waiting for Colin Montgomery to play his 3rd, all the commotion down in the fairway. He could clearly see from the tee, so just waited for them to move along.
Another hole that I would think would set up well for Lehman if he can just get it started inside the rough on the right-hand side, hit his normal draw.
Just drive drawing down the left side, headed for the rough. Just like yesterday, same rough.
Move forward to the 18th.
And the defending champion, Steve Jones, his tee shot.
Perfect hole location for Steve if he keeps it out to the right and draws it back. He's leaning.
Oh!
Yep. That's about as close as anyone's come on 18 thus far today. Back to 6.
Tee shot of Jeff Maggart.
This ball starting down the right side, drawing slightly, should be in the right side of the fairway.
That is. Interesting to see how long a second shot he ends up with. And ahead, this is Ernie Els' third shot from 94 yards. Just a nice little 3/4 sand wedge. This should have some spin. Oh, beautifully played. He'll have a chance to save par. And move ahead to the 7th.
And to the shortest of the par threes, Billy Andre, this is second shot moments ago. Missed the green to the right, as you saw. There's more than one way to skin a cat. There you go. Little birdie for Billy, which he needed after making a 7 back at the 6th hole, that tough par 4 you've been watching. So Billy gets to 4 over or 3 over for today's round. Started the day at +1, is now +4. And back at the tee now, Tommy Tolles. Really like the way this man plays golf. This is 7-iron. Spinning in there. The slope, though, very, very tilted from back to front, as you can see, picking up speed. Let's go to 6 now.
Par putt for Colin Montgomery on the way. Should turn a little to his right. Monty will make a bogey and drop to 2 under par for the championship. We'll go ahead to 18.
And Steve Jones trying to finish a long day with a birdie. And much like everything else today, he has announced, knowing that he wouldn't be a factor, that he endorses Tom Lehman. A congressional endorsement of 79 final round. What a difference a year makes. The man who held the trophy a year ago in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan.
And back at the 6th, Ernie Els with this par saving attempt. And what a par this would be. He's already made a couple of nice putts. This putt has fooled some of the players. They're playing it fairly straight, and it seems to want to just creep to the right. No, never. That was a misread.
Gary, do you have the feeling that the USGA made this a 4-par to do exactly what they're doing today? If you drive it in the rough, you virtually take 3 out of the equation and make it a tough 4.
And Ernie Els taps in for a bogey 5. He'll drop to 2 under par as well, and the 6th claims 2 more victims. The MetLife blimp is co-piloted by Snoopy. Today, Snoopy's dressed as that famous World War I flying ace, but rather than searching the skies for the Red Baron, he's tracking golf balls for us here at the U.S. Open Championship in Bethesda, Maryland. Roger, what's the situation?
Well, Jeff Maggart has 218 yards to the hole, Gary, 211 to carry the water in that front right. He's going to go with a 2-iron, but he's got to be looking left of this hole. I think any kind of miss at all would bring the water into play.
And we take a look at the graphic of the 6th hole. 118 players have laid up through 3 rounds. 152 have reached the green in regulation. 13 in the water, 9 today.
You'd have to think he's going to keep it left of that little corner of the water and maybe work it in left or right.
He started this ball left of the hole, but it's not cutting.
Oh, I think it got a good break. It looked as though it hopped into the bunker. We'll move ahead to the 7th.
Where we find Colin Montgomery with a 7-iron, 173 yards, tolls. He likes it. Tolls made par. Well, that stayed. That didn't catch as much of that slope. Good shot by Montgomery. Even par for his round today. Let's go back to 6.
Tom Lehman just laying up, putting the ball back into play. Unfortunately, that's becoming a fairly familiar sight for Lehman today. Needs to drive the ball a little straighter. We go ahead to the 7th again.
Ernie Els. Bogey at 6, as so many have done. 1 over for the day. 2 under, 2 strokes back.
See the hole right here.
And also a 7-iron. You never tell whether he likes it or not, and you can't like that too much. This is a hole you got to be thinking 2 on. Get to tee it up. Let's go back to 6.
Tom Lehman now looking at a 3rd shot. Roger, you have the yardage?
120 yards, Gary. Just a nice pitching wedge. Actually, we'll have to take a little something off of this wedge, I would think.
Tom does tend to flight his short irons a little lower than some of the other players, so
might not want to underclub here, though.
I would think you'd want to be playing at least to the hole or beyond.
A shot at the hole, but a little long, I believe, yes.
Well, brings it back with a little bit of spin, and it's not an unmakeable putt. And in 2 weeks, we'll all move to Chicago and Olympia Fields for the United States Golf Association Senior Open Championship. Our NBC golf team on the move. Dave Stockton, the defending champion, played here in the 97th U.S. Open at Congressional.
Let's take a look at this 7th hole. When a couple years ago, I had a guy named Jack Nicklaus stand up on that tee and hit a magical shot. Watch this. Hitting a 6-iron, 163 yards if I remember right. He doesn't even watch it. He bends down to get the tee. Little wink, thank you very much. That's a great memory.
And over at the 6th, Jeff Maggard will be the first to play. Roger, you have a chance to look at the lie?
Well, the ball is quite a bit below his feet. Not a very good lie. The grass is rather twisted in that area. It did not get into the bunker as we thought it might have, but he's just going to have to gouge something out of here and just land it on the fringe or just onto the green and let it run out down the slope.
How easy would this be to hit a little firm into the water?
Well, I would think that'd be a stretch. I think he's got a lot of green to work with.
Okay.
par putt as well. Maggard has played this hole 1 under par for the first 3 rounds, but got a challenge left now. He is to save par in this final round. Move to the 7th.
Moments ago, Ernie Els, this for his birdie at 7. Big break to the right. Good speed, got it. So he goes back to 3 under. And just 1 shot behind Maggard and Lehman, who are both struggling at the 6th.
Dave, if you were predicting, though, does Kenny Venturi's score look pretty good?
It's looking better and better.
278, 2 unders, looking still pretty solid. There's a lot of holes left.
Montgomery now, just live. Birdied this hole Thursday and Saturday. This for birdie. Break to his left. He hit it. Did he hit it? Yes, sir. Man, this man is putting Jesse today. Colin Montgomery moves to 3 under. And 1 under for his round today. And just a stroke back. Let's go back to 6.
Thank you, Dave. Potential for a 4-way tie if we see a couple of misses here. This is the putt that most players have not read enough break on. And there's another. They just can't believe that the ball moves that much to the right from that position.
It's the old thing, though, Gary. Miss the fairway, make a bogey.
Well, that's exactly the way the USGA likes it to be. They want it to be a minimum of a half a stroke penalty if you drive off the fairway.
He got a tough yardage, too, don't you think? When he laid it up, it was just right in between for him. It was just a chips pitching wedge or a rip sand wedge, wasn't it?
Well, I think so at 120 yards. And
yeah,
as we said, you have to be safe. You have to go long, if anything. Of course, it's not easy to figure out the yardage and where you want to play to when you're playing out of that rough. Now Maggard putting from 18 feet. This ball should move ever so slightly to his right. Several of the players have left it short from here, thinking it's a little more downhill. Well, it appears as though we may have a 4-way tie for the lead. Maggard's certainly not in yet, but just 2.5 feet to negotiate. And while we wait, we'll go ahead to the 8th.
And Colin Montgomery.
Perfect shot for him if he hits his fade, which he hasn't been doing every time, and he's looking tentatively at it to the left. It's a good shot. It must have faded at the end, and it gives him a great opportunity for birdie right there. And he's on a roll, a putting roll. Normally everybody says, well, he just can't make those putts, and he's a really good player, but.
Back to 6.
Jeff Maggard taps in. That's a bogey 5. That will drop him to 3 under par for the championship. Back to the 8th tee.
And Ernie Els now in a share of first place.
Down the middle with a little draw. See where that ends up. Yep, good shot, Ernie. Got no pretenders up there, though, Dick. Tom Lehman, a gun, Montgomery, Els, Maggard.
4 share the top spot. Montgomery, Els, Lehman, Maggard.
The 173-yard 7th, 6-iron, Tom Lehman.
Good looking shot right at the hole.
Should back down a little, stays. Got a pretty quick putt down that hill, Roger. 17 birdies here today.
Taking dead aim, guys.
Well, if you don't take dead aim for this, what do you take dead aim for?
Well, there are guys that play it over here to the middle of the green, you know.
You got plenty of room, John. It's right in the center. Just, 33 feet on each side. So you got plenty of room. Jeff Maggart. 4-way tie for the lead. 3 under. This also a 6-iron.
This shot left of the hole.
The voice of Roger Mobley. This will work its way back toward the hole, but down the hill. So I don't think he's gaining any ground at this point.
Yep, there's a ridge right here, and anything here goes down the hill. It's only about 6 feet from the hole, the drop off.
Go forward to 8.
Second shot for Ernie Els.
You got a sort of a right middle tucked pin there, and not much room there with his backspin, but he leaves himself a fast breaking right to left hooking putt.
216.
Tiger Woods is for a birdie at 16 down the hill. Watch how quick this is. Finally, second birdie of the day, and right in front of the president, Chelsea.
Chelsea's enjoying that.
Off to Stanford next year. Let's go forward to 9.
And now David Ogren at the 9th, the par 5, his third shot.
Birdied the first hole and proceeded to make several bogeys after that, and now is 2 over for the championship.
It's a hole where we saw Jose Maria Olazabal pull it out from the fairway for a 4 on Friday. Now Colin Montgomery's second shot at the 8th.
Definite birdie opportunity after a good tee shot. See if it spins. That could get close right there. Watch this. That is pretty nice. That leaves himself a slice putt, but the way he's putting, who knows, might make another one.
Ahead to 9. Billy Andrade's third shot, and he's in the rough over the green.
Tough shot there. You can see the ravine there. The real long hitters, the Tiger Woods, Ernie Els, if they were to go for the green, they got to take this into account. If you hit your drive into the rough and have to lay it out, then you have to hit it through this, which we saw Tom Lehman take the gamble on, make a great 5 yesterday. And so this is all good stuff right here on number 9. A lot of strategy involved. You see the chipping area that he's walking through right there. That came into play yesterday so much with the front right hole location. And back to number 8.
Oh, we move back to 7 where Jeff Maggart has this putt for a birdie. Jeff even on his round today. 1 birdie, 1 bogey. Els at 8 for a birdie.
Breaks about 6 inches left.
And he takes the lead momentarily at 4 under. Ernie Els. Maggart now. A stroke back. He doesn't know it yet. Up the hill. Break a little bit left. Well, it's up the hill, and it's quite a bit slower than any putt on this green. Back to 8, Colin Montgomery.
Got down there so we could get a bird's eye or worm's view of it. Did you see that? I like it when you can get down so low you get right on the ground like that.
Ernie Els, the champion of this U.S. Open 3 years ago, is now the leader. And Montgomery trying to join him with his birdie putt.
Fun little putt right here. And now what kind of speed you want to put it on. Outside the hole. Nope. You had to hit it outside the hole, Colin.
Of course, it was Monty who was with Lauren Roberts and Els in the playoff in '94, won by Els.
Yeah, he came out of this. He was real antsy to see if his eyes move. Yeah, he's moving a little bit. You can see he knew the minute he hit it, he had left a toe behind.
Back to 7.
Tom Lehman, just to get one back. He's 2 over for the round today and a share of the lead. Although moves slightly to his right. Just slightly. You didn't give it a chance, Tom. It's all right. It's okay. Made 3 bogeys and 1 birdie today to be 2 over. So pars at 7 by the last group. Wells takes the lead with the birdie at 8. 4 under.
You are allowed to practice putt if you don't cause undue delay, right, David Fay?
Golf. That's a rule of golf, Rule 7-2, and I don't think they're going to cause any undue delay.
Nope.
No. Let's go forward to 9.
607 yards this par 5, and Ernie Els on the tee.
And you can see this hole. Here's the ravine that we were showing earlier right here. And Ernie Els, to be able to get on the green in 2, has to drive it over this little hump right in there. He did it yesterday and elected not to go for it from 265 yards. And this is a bit of a gamble, if you ask me, but he's probably feeling pretty good. The leader, 4 under.
Well, that ball heading up the left center. It's got to get a little right kick. There it is right there. Good tee shot.
And Troops, you got to feel like this guy, he's the only one that's won one of these. He's won the U.S. Open. I think he feels probably the most comfortable, even though I've picked Lehman right from the get-go. Pretty aggressive move right there. He's obviously not worried about too much.
Well, Johnny, the first 6 holes just kind of really didn't hit many good shots. And then boom, he comes back with solid shots on 7 and 8. Right in it.
Well, both of these guys made a lot of clutch putts so far today. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of good 6, 8, 10 footers. Yeah, you bet.
Lonnie's got to get the ball in play with his high fade. He's going with his trusty 3-wood.
Another good tee shot right up the left side.
There's that.
That's turning just a little left to see if it gets a kick.
So the big man from South Africa playing with a Scotsman, battling 2 Americans, Maggard and Lehman. And it's Els in the lead. Final round of the 97th U.S. Open Championship from Congressional Country Club. (1994) in the sweltering heat at Oakmont, Ernie Els posted his first American victory in the U.S. Open. 24 years old, he battled Lauren Roberts and Colin Montgomery in a Monday playoff. After 18 holes, Els and Roberts were tied. Ernie finally won on the 2nd hole of sudden death. Let's go to the 8th. Roger?
Tom Lehman with 140 yards left of the hole. This is a 9-iron. Wind helping slightly.
Got the ball below his feet. What, about 3 inches, Roger? 2 or 3 inches?
About 2 or 3 inches, John.
It's not easy to hit a short iron with the ball below your feet, but he does hit down on it so much he shouldn't have much trouble. Takes a big divot.
Shot moving a little left to right, just left of the hole.
That's a good one, Roger. Right where you want it. Right where you want it.
Ernie Els, his 2nd shot. Els into this long par 5. Dan?
Well, 294 to the front edge, so he's just going to lay it back there. He's got about 100 yards to the flag. This is probably a 5-iron, maybe just a soft 4, heading perfectly up the left center of the fairway.
I love that little shot. Just a lean-in trap draw, little hook, very accurate shot to play.
Meanwhile, at the 8th in the fairway, Jeff Maggard.
This from 105 yards. This is going to be a big sand wedge.
Very good golf swing right here. Keeps those elbows, right elbow going back against his side, coming through, left elbow against his side, right on plane.
Maggart and Lehman, birdie chances at 8. We move ahead. 17, Tiger Woods, second shot.
Hard to believe. A wedge of some sort to this 480-yard par 4. What a shot. He leads this championship in distance off the tee, 305 yards.
At the 9th, birdie par 4. Haas!
Yeah.
Jay Haas. 1 under for the championship, 1 under for his round, overcoming that double bogey at 5.
Still in touch. Magical 2 under. I don't know why I'm saying that, but said it all week.
And a chance to summarize the scoring of this final round. More than half the field in the clubhouse. Highly entertaining, and as more and more players come through, the gallery building at the final holes. Now the third shot of Ernie Els at 9. It's right into the beautiful clubhouse over that ravine that Johnny talked about.
These players are really coming off 3 good birdie holes in a row if you can drive it in the fairway. 7, 8, and 9 after the tough 6th. And Ernie's checking out the wind, and the caddy's busy doing the yardage.
Well, Johnny, we've got him at 128 yards to the flag. The wind's kind of swirling through these big trees, both left and right. It's got to be just a nice solid pitching wedge, I think, for him. I think if he tries to hit that 9-iron, he catches a little thin or tries to come off of it just a touch.
You can see that whole location right there, back right.
I'm not sure he knows really where he stands right now.
So while we wait, we go to the 8th, Maggart's birdie putt.
This hooks all the way. Pretty quick hooking putt.
Mr. One Putt continues his surge to 4 under for the championship, and back into a tie with Els. And it's Els awaiting his third shot into the par 5 from indecision.
Dan is taking all that time, or has he been waiting on something?
No, he's just a little indecisive right now, Johnny. It looked like he wanted to choke a 9-iron first. He had his hands down on the club, and now he's went back to the pitching wedge, and I think he'll take this up high, try to carry it back to that flagstick. Well, that's hung out to the right. It's got to turn. This may miss the green right.
That was a real bad shot right there. I mean, that was real bad.
Tom Lehman at 8 for birdie.
Well, this putt shouldn't do a whole lot. Might move just a shade right, but I think this is really a big putt for Tom Lehman.
So number 8, a big boost for both Maggart and Lehman as they move back into a tie with Ernie Els, who's off the green a hole ahead. The par 5 9th, and it's Colin Montgomery's third shot.
This wind must be confusing these guys out here because they're both just looked over this shot and can't figure out which one they want to play. Colin 127 back to that hole.
3 under par.
Probably send a little left and cut it. This is doing exactly that. It'll be the right stick.
So Colin Montgomery in birdie range on 9, trying to join the company atop the leaderboard.
The 97th United States Open Championship is brought to you by the complete line of 1997 Lincoln and Mercury automobiles, by Titleist, the #1 ball in golf, by Fidelity Investments, and by Callaway Golf, makers of the Big Bertha metal woods and Big Bertha irons.
Welcome back. Els, Maggard, Lehman at the moment tied for the lead at 4 under, but Els in trouble at the 9th.
Well, if Ernie were to lose this championship and make 6 here, I think he would look to this hole as being maybe the focal point, because he's looking at a spot where he should average at about 12, 14 feet from the hole from where he was, and hits it down in this bank in the heavy stuff. The only thing good about this is he's on the upslope, so the ball come out softly. He can land it on and stop it, but club could twist over in his hands, and you can see how deep this really is. You can't even hardly see his feet. Got a zinger, got a jumper.
So he'll have a tough putt to save par. Meanwhile, after his birdie at 17, Tiger Woods has moved to the 18th tee, and look at the gallery. Birdies at 16 and 17 for Woods to go to +6 for the championship after the rocky start when he started out bogey 3, 4, and 5.
.186 yards. Probably 6 iron for him. Maybe 7. He's had trouble the whole 2 days out of the 3. There's where you're supposed to hit it.
And we talked to him earlier the week, and he said, "Oh, would I like to win this on Father's Day for my pops?" He refers to his dad, my pops. Here's the 3rd hole. As was a string of putts that wouldn't fall.
And notice how many putts are left.
4th, another bogey.
That one he misread. He hit a good putt there. He can't believe it breaks that way.
He also bogeyed 5, but right now, live, we're at the 9th. Ernie Els trying to save par.
Wow. Oh! Gotta be kidding me. That ball went down in the hole, inside the cylinder, and came out. That hurts right there. But Ernie's, I guess the word pragmatic, is that a good word for a golfer to throw out? He just seems to be, well, you know, que sera, sera. Next hole.
So Els falls to 3 under for the championship, with Monty looking at a birdie to go 4 under.
Well, Johnny's standing out in the fairway 1 yard apart. You wouldn't think there was an opportunity for a 2-shot swing on this particular hole.
Boy, that's like a blindside punch walking down an alley. Makes 6 there from the drive he hit. Great stuff, Colin. Nice little 33 on the front 9 by Colin Montgomery. Puts himself in a chance to win this national championship of ours.
And now they move to the back 9, and the 10th is the 2nd toughest hole on this golf course. Johnny Miller takes us from 10 through 18. All right, Johnny, that's what's ahead. And we look down the 9th fairway to Lehman and Maggard. Roger?
Both Tom Lehman and Jeff Maggard hit perfect tee shots and perfect layups. Jeff Maggard away has 135 yards to the hole. This is a 9-iron, wind helping slightly. Just right of the hole.
Roger, looks like Maggard's really concentrating well. A lot of determination on his face, and
he has been. He's been unflustered by, the events so far. He's plugged in and staying on top of it, Johnny.
Looks good. Good birdie opportunity for both these players. That's why Els, after the huge tee shot, making 6 has got to be a little bit of a tough pill to swallow. But coming off a birdie, Mr. Tom Lehman got a good opportunity here. Raj, wedge?
This is a wedge from 133 yards.
Got a lot of divot there, Roger.
This ball left of the hole, John. Kind of indifferent.
A lot of spin there. Came back about, 15 feet at least. 20 feet.
And on 18, Tiger Woods, although some who had high expectations disappointed, he'd like to finish with a flourish. Birdie, birdie, birdie.
He had his famous red shirt on today, but no red numbers hardly, except for the last few.
+2 for his round. He's tied for 21st. Not bad for the normal, but for Superman, that's...
I left his cape home this week. Let's check out this putt. We'll be seeing this later in the telecast. Right where you want to hit it off the tee. It's going straight, 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 straight. Pretty darn straight. We'll put that in our memory banks, and later we'll see if the guys can do that.
Lee Elder has been following him throughout the championship. First Afro-American to play the Masters, and of course Tiger very generous in his praise of the pioneers after he won the Masters. This for a 72.
And if the tickets hadn't been limited to 30,000 with Tiger Woods after winning the first leg of the Grand Slam, they probably could have sold another 30,000 every day easily.
Let's go to 10. It's par 4, 466.
When they hit a nice fade, it's a perfect.
Johnny, that was a 3-wood heading up the left side. Should catch the fairway.
Good start right there. The leaders, how they played the back nine. Lehman -2, Maggart +6, which doesn't bode well for him. Els +1, Monty +2. So Lehman's the guy that seems to be able to handle the back nine. Could be an important stat.
On the front side today, Els hitting 4 of 7 fairways, only 4 of 9 greens in regulation, but putting 13 putts.
Every tee shot is crucial. This one right here especially, because this is, as I said earlier, a 5-par converted into a 4. So you need a good drive. There's a lake right at the green.
Well, he's got a beauty. It's heading up the left side also. This is long. Got a little reach out and touch me there.
Sort of like one of your old drives, Dan Paul. You used to rip it. Still do, probably.
Meanwhile, at 9, Maggart and Lehman, and Tom Lehman, who started this day with a 2-shot lead, is first.
Hit his 3rd shot just left of a little ridge that runs through the green here, so the first few feet of this putt is uphill, then down after that, and moving to his right.
A little bit of an awkward putt.
Get in there!
Get up. It was tracking, Roger.
Right on line, just not enough pace, John.
He finishes his front side at 1 over. 4 under for the championship. A man who has fought through a lot of doubters, including himself. The walk-on in college at the University of Minnesota. Couldn't quite cut it on the PGA Tour. Went off to play in Asia, South Africa, and anywhere. And then came back, joined the Hogan Tour. Finally in '91 became the Hogan Tour Player of the Year, now the Nike Tour. And here he is fighting for the U.S. Open Championship again, 3rd straight year.
And Jeff Maggart, Roger Maltby has got a nice spot to be putting from.
He is. He's right underneath the hole, John. It shouldn't do much from here. Right back up the hill. May try to go a little bit left at the start, but may straighten up around by the hole.
I had it right center just from eyeballing it. Got it outside.
Yeah, outside the hole all the way. He was set up over there, John. I guess he overread it.
Maggart and Lehman leave with pars and go to the 10th, tied with Colin Montgomery
for the lead in this 97th U.S. Open Championship. Welcome back, Tommy Tolles, who's very much in the hunt. 1 under, this for par. Can't afford that. He now is even for the championship, 4 behind the leaders. Earlier, Jay Haas for par at the 10th as well.
Tough hole to par. Man, Jay's making some great putts.
Haas to 1 under for the championship. Now out on the fairway, Colin Montgomery.
A good angle just to show how much left to right tilt there is on the second shot, and there's water all over here, so I mean it's a nice combination, a little slice lie and a slice pond.
Yeah.
So you got to be real careful here with that ball below your feet, and the way this is shaved here, this bank, if you hit it over there with a fade, it's going in the water.
Johnny, I'd be real surprised if this is anywhere right of the flag, no question. This is a very difficult lie, 198 yards to the whole location on the front right. It's going with a hard 5-iron.
Should be able to hit it right at that. Right
Take
at the
it
tower.
left at that bunker. It's not cutting. It's probably going to catch one of the greenside bunkers, maybe even been in between them.
It's lucky you didn't bury on that side slope, I'll tell you that. That was a very, I think, tentative shot with maybe not the greatest thought processes going on.
Marty's father is the secretary, would be our president of any of our clubs of the Royal Troon, where the British Open will be hosted this year.
Yeah, I think he was weaned on a 5-iron or a Mashy Niblick or something.
Ernie Els, after his bogey at 9 to fall 1 off the lead, his second shot. His dad, Neil's a very successful trucking business in South Africa, 11 handicap, taught him the game.
Probably could be a little bit more aggressive. He's on a flat lie, 180 yards, 6-iron. That's a good looking golf shot there, heading a little bit right of the flag. Oh boy, come up short.
Was it a little heavy, Dan?
Well, it's hard to tell. You know, the fairways are still a little wet from the rain yesterday, Johnny, and didn't appear to be. It looked like he put a good swing on it.
The sound sounded a little chunky.
Meanwhile, on the tee at 10, again 466 yards, Tom Lehman.
Lehman has led or held a share of the lead with 9 holes to go in the last 2 U.S. Opens. Both times he limped in with 3 over par 38s, and hopefully that is not going to be the case this third time. It's 2 under par on the back 9 this week. This would be a good one to get in the fairway because this is a tough hole. See it right there. This is the 18th green, 17th green. This is the 10th hole here.
There's his card out in 36 with the bogeys at 3 and 4, and getting birdies back at 5 and 8 with the bogey at 6.
Set it up just inside the right edge of the fairway. Hit a little draw. Aiming way left.
Got this ball hooking up the left side. It's going to need a good bounce right. He gets it.
It'll have a real severe side slope, but he got a good bounce, and it's a good shot. Actually, it looked like it went in a little pocket where it's more level, so that could be a good break. He's happy with that, Roger.
Oh, absolutely.
He's smiling. He said, I finally did hit a left there. But he seems to aim way left on this hole for some reason.
Well, the key, they've all said it, accuracy, and Maggard 6 of 7 fairways.
Watch that right elbow going back, how close to his right side it is. Just tucked right on the side.
Right down the center of the fairway.
That's about as simple a backswing as there is in golf right there. Maybe not the longest way to hit the ball, but if you want to find it, that's a good way to swing.
At the 10th green, Monty out of the bunker with his third shot.
And you can see the tracking where that ball was. It was right up in the lip when it landed. If it would have buried there, he couldn't even have played onto the green. So this is all an edge where the water is right there. If he went a little bit past the hole, he would be in the lake. And so he's played a pretty darn good shot, but obviously was worried about the water. It's 2 shots in a row. I think he was thinking H2O a little too much.
Marty's 33 on the front side was the best of any of the leaders. Some work to save his par here at 10. Ernie Els.
Got 3 guys that are 4 under, and like I said all along, if they could, any one of them shoots even par of the back 9, I believe they will be the champion. I just don't see more than one of them shooting par or better on the back 9. It's a tough 9 here, folks.
Els has had an interesting year. He's entered 11 events prior to this one. His best was a tie for 9th at Greensboro. He did win 1 event of 4 on the European Tour, where he was in the top 10 all 4.
Not a hard little pitch shot at all. Makeable.
Oh, my. Els back into a share of the lead.
Well, darn near an eagle right there. Take a look at that. You couldn't have a much better spot. He's down green. You can see from the sheen of the grass. Just right up the draw here. Plays it just outside right of the hole. Good form. Perfect.
So currently a 4-way tie for first place for this championship. Els, his demeanor is so relaxed and smiling as if it's a nice Sunday day, play a little 18 holes.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he pulls that off, but whatever it is, he ought to bottle it up and sell it. Because he seems like he's having a nice, relaxing time with his family and 4th of July picnic or something. And Colin, on the other hand, on this hole, after a good tee shot, I don't know what he was thinking about, but he hit a very poor shot for him. Could have buried up in the lip, came down, nice flat lie, and then just must have been worried about the water and sort of chunked it. But he hasn't missed it yet. This will be a great 4. Very fast. Man, are you serious? Colin, you're putting like Ben Crenshaw.
What a save for Montgomery at 10 to be included with those atop the leaderboard. Els, Montgomery, Maggart, and Lehman march on, tied for the lead. And with a close look at the dramatics ahead of them, Maggart and Lehman. Roger?
They did. They saw everything that happened here, Dick. Jeff Maggart now has 205 to the hole, 195 to the front edge. It's a 3-iron. This ball going at the very, very left side. Look out, bunker. That ball, I believe, hung up in the rough. Tom Lehman now from 182 yards. And as you said, Johnny, this ball has ended up in a little pocket on the left side of the fairway, so not as steeply sloped left to right, so his feet will not be much above the ball.
This is a bit of a scary shot, Roger, when you draw the ball. You know, you would like to aim on the left edge and just let it feed into the right, but for him, I think, what, 15 feet left of the hole and just get it on and get out of here?
I would think that'd be good, but he showed us a couple of fades yesterday.
Yeah, he can do it.
This is a 6-iron.
Cannot lose it right. kind of flight, Roger.
This ball just right of the hole now, drawing just left of the hole. What a wonderful looking shot.
Wow, that's a gutsy shot there. That's a shot of a winner.
Gutsy shot.
Said he would keep it simple in layman's terms. And so he has a birdie chance at 10. We move ahead to 11.
And a couple of gutsy shots by both Els and Monty on the previous hole at 10. Huge par save for Monty to remain at 4 under, and then the pitch in by Ernie Els to get to 4 under. This is a dog leg left, 415-yard hole, par 4, and a look from above.
You can see this bunker here. They have to negotiate 261 off the tee.
Had a 3-wood out, went back to the 2-iron, heading up the right center of the fairway. Good play there. Good, smart play.
Got a little roll too, Dan.
Perfect position for Els. Now Monty.
This is a 2-iron also. Yeah, Ernie looked at that 3-wood, said, I don't think so. I'm going to take that bunker completely out of play. Went back to the 2-iron. Monty with a 2-iron also.
Good looking tee shot. Heading, started out down the center, hooking a little bit. Oh, that's long too.
And that bounds past Els's, catches a little bit of the slope. So Colin and Ernie in good position at 11. Let's go to 18, Dick.
And we're honored to have with us President Bill Clinton. Has to rate as one of the top golf fans in the country. We know that. They say that you've been just miserable on Fridays, not being able to sneak away and play.
Well, I'm getting a little better, though. I'm feeling good, and I can chip now, and every week they're letting me play a few more irons. So in 4 or 5 weeks, I'll be able to play again.
You play here at Congressional?
A lot, I did.
Some people know that we played together in Wyoming, and I can honestly say I've never played with anybody that's any more interested in this game and also in excelling in this game. You really enjoy it.
I do. The day we played, I didn't play very well, but you taught me a lot.
It was those lessons I was giving you. Yeah, you were all messed up.
Wait a minute. Yesterday you said that you were a little errant off the tee, that you needed some dogs to find the ball.
I do. That's right. Look, here's Maggott's shot.
Third shot at the 10.
I've been right there a lot.
It's tough rough here. Just want to hit it out and let it trickle down there.
It's a good shot.
Not bad. Leaves himself a little right to left putt.
What issue do you have a favorite hole here at Congressional? One that you enjoyed, or one that's toughest?
Well, my favorite holes I think are 11 and 17. They're interesting holes, and if you play good shots, you can get a low score, and if you don't, you can get a high score.
Did you enjoy watching Tiger Woods first time you seen him in person?
It is.
Chelsea, I saw, she looked like she was really enjoying watching him.
Yeah, she looked at it through the binoculars, got a good shot at it.
Well, she's going to Stanford, and he's just left Stanford.
He made a birdie on 16, too, where we were, so we got to see a good play for him.
I guess the president wouldn't answer this, but do you have a favorite golfer? I mean, is there anybody in particular that you pull for? Or
Not really. You know, I've been very fortunate to have played with a number of golfers. And
obviously, Greg Norman's become a good friend now.
He's been incredibly kind and solicitous of me since I got hurt, at his house. I felt terrible about it. It wasn't his fault. It was all my fault. And I felt bad for him and for his family, but he brought his family by to see me here during the tournament. We had a nice visit, but I've really enjoyed every golfer that I've met on the tour. Was a real gentleman, and I learned a lot from him.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, Warren Harding was the only sitting president, and that was in 1921, to present the trophy to the champion of the U.S. Open. Is there any chance that you'll be involved in that ceremony today?
Well, I don't know. They haven't asked me, but
I guess.
But I hate it that it's been so long.
Well, that's good. I know.
Here goes Maggott trying to hold his lead.
Let's take a look at this putt. Moves left. He's been putting great.
Save his par.
Just absolutely clutch putting hole after hole.
He remains at 4 under, share of the lead. Now Ernie Els, second shot at 11.
Downhill.
He made a great shot on this.
Had a 7-iron from 165, hanging out to the right.
Hole location front left today. And as you heard President Clinton mention, one of his favorite holes here at Congressional. Just 11 birdies out here today, though. It's Played much more difficult than yesterday. Back to 10.
Tom Lehman studies his putt.
This putt should move a little bit to his right. Not an easy looking putt, actually. If he hits it too softly, I think it would be easy to lose right.
Sole possession of the lead.
Well-deserved birdie if he can make this. 2 perfect shots.
Yep.
Can't believe it didn't break right. He had it read to be just a ball outside left, and it just hung there.
So 4 remain, tied for the lead. Ahead 2-11.
Ball on the way. Colin Montgomery spinning it back close to the hole. And that's one of the best second shots we've seen at 11. He just pounded his drive in perfect position. And back to 18. Dick.
All right, Dan. So it won't be long before you'll be out getting your 18 in. What do they say? What do the doctors say about it?
4 or 5 weeks. I'm looking forward to it, and but this has been an interesting recovery. I've learned a lot about how people's bodies work, and I can't say that it's been a bad experience. I miss my golf, though.
Well, you'll probably be putting like Jeff Maggart when you get back, you know, because all the emphasis on the short game.
I'm going to call and make you straighten me out.
Yeah, I'll take you up on that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you.
Enjoy the.
Thank you.
Thanks, Johnny.
Good to have you out here supporting this game.
Thank you.
All right, let's update the leaderboard as the leaders head for home. Montgomery, Els, Maggart, and Lehman lead. Jay Haas is still in touch, but 3 behind that foursome. And the rest of those who have played great golf throughout this week at Congressional. Lauren Roberts in that playoff involved with Ernie Els 3 years ago, +4 for the championship. Nick Price, +6. Colin Montgomery, one of the great golfers in the world for the last 4 years, the leading money winner in Europe. Is this his time? He positions himself for a birdie in the lead. Let's go 2-11.
And it'll be Ernie Els to play first. And you talk about great Open records, Dick. Ernie in his very first Open back in '93 tied for 7th, and then he of course won it the next year at Oakmont. Missed the cut at Shinnecock in '95, but again a tie for 5th last year at Oakland Hills. A spectacular Open record for Ernie Els.
Dan, you think it might be just that placid demeanor? He's able to handle the good and the bad, and of course he got the game to match it, but it seems like it takes a certain kind of mentality to be able to be consistent in the U.S. Open like Jack Nicklaus was.
Well, you mentioned how calm and loose he is. He's always chewing gum. I can't really think of another golfer who chews gum all the time out on the golf course, but this 4 birdie right to left break. Dan?
Well, about a 40-footer heading across the screen, a little bit uphill. Should break maybe 4 or 5 inches to his left.
And back on the tee, Lehman.
This trusty graphite shafted 1-iron where he hits that low draw when he wants to.
Good looking shot right in the center of the fairway.
And we'll stay at the tee for Maggart.
Roger's been good stuff so far. Everybody's playing their A game. It's not like everybody's falling apart so far. It's nice to watch this.
It sure is. Nobody's going away, is right.
Very determined.
Just going down the left side.
It's fine, Roger.
Safely in the fairway. Now back up to the green. Colin Montgomery's had a chance to look over this birdie try, Dan.
Come down a little bit from his right to left. Got to have a lot of confidence after that great 4 or 10.
So Montgomery's bid to claim sole possession.
And he's not through left. We've seen a lot of golfers, believe it or not, miss this putt coming back. But Monty has no problem with it, stays at 4 under. Now Else will have his par attempt, stay at 4 under, and in a 4-way tie for the open lead. Ernie and Colin head to the par 3 12th. Part of the 4-way log jam. And ahead to par 3 12th, Jay Haas coming back up to the hole location for birdie. He is at 1 under for the championship. And that will be a nice 2-putt for par for Haas to remain at 1 under. A lot of golf left for Jay Haas to try and catch the leaders, and Wimbledon in a couple of weeks. Tennis's most prestigious Grand Slam championship. Right here on NBC in 2 weeks. Now Tommy Tolles for birdie. Tolles at even par for the championship, just where he began this final round. And that'll be a par for Tommy, and he'll remain at even, 4 back. Tolles, one of the good young players who has yet to win on tour. As we head back over to 11, and Tom Lehman to play first. Roger?
Tom Lehman has 168 yards to the hole. Playing slightly downwind, it seems, at the moment. This is an 8-iron. Pin just 8 paces on the green, but actually where the hole's cut, a little less room than that on this angle.
Looking right down on it, huh?
Yeah, he just has to play across the bunker fronting the green, Jim. Ball just right of the hole, drawing slightly left.
Beautiful shot by Lehman.
Another great iron shot.
And over at 12, Ernie Else just heard that big roar. He's got a 5-iron again, 196 this par 3.
Oh, that's a good looking shot there, turning right to left, right at that hole.
Tell you, we're seeing some great shot making in some pressure conditions. Back over at 11, Jeff Maggart, Raj.
138, this is a 9-iron. Just ball a little right of the hole, drawing back. Another good shot. Good stuff, this.
They're trading great shots. You know, and Monty's up on the tee at the par 3 12th, just had to back off after he heard another roar. This is great stuff. 5-iron also for Monty.
This whole location is not set up very well for Ronnie. He likes to work the ball left to right normally, so Johnny and Dan, I would think if he tries to turn this over right to left, he could get over top of it and miss this green to the left.
Well, if he was thinking well, he would say, I'm going to hit it right at the pin, and if it wants to fade, which it normally does, fine, I'm going to hit it in this area here, but if it doesn't fade, I'm stiff. So in some ways, it's a very safe shot for him, just to aim it right at it, and if it fades, fine. If it doesn't, I'm stiff.
188 yards to carry it up on that ridge.
Bringing in real high. It started just right of the flag. He is turning it right to left just a tad. Good shot.
Well-executed shots turned in the last 2 minutes or so by the 4 leaders, Else, Monty, Maggart, and Lehman. No one so far showing any signs of backing down.
This is as good as I've seen in the Open in recent memory, with 4 guys just going toe-to-toe. It's like a Rocky Balboa movie.
Lehman and Maggart, a couple of makeable birdie putts at 11, no doubt, huh, Raj?
Yeah, it's just been remarkable how all these guys are hanging in there. But I think that's the way we saw it starting the day. I think we saw 4 wonderful players, and I didn't think anybody was going to leave the picture. You could watch Tom Lehman walking down this fairway. I tried to keep a very good eye on him. You can just see him searching for that serenity and strength that he talks about so often. Just really a gutsy performance he's putting on today.
Well, on this Father's Day, it was Jeff Maggart's 8-year-old son, Matt, who's a big Tiger Woods fan, and after shooting better scores than Tiger the last couple of days, Jeff said to his son, "Well, I beat your buddy," and his son says, "Well, you haven't beat him on Sunday yet." It hasn't been Sunday yet, but Maggart holding his own on this championship Sunday.
What's this do, Roger?
This putt shouldn't do a lot from here, Johnny. I believe it's inside the hole, back up the hill. It's just where you'd want it. Might try to go a shade left, but I don't think you can give the hole up.
I was going to say, Roger, we're getting about the time where you might start seeing some different strokes.
That wasn't hit well at all there.
Par for Maggart, remains at 4 under. Now Lehman.
Yeah, this putt should be right edge or inside the right corner, depending what kind of speed he wants to put on it. If he wants to firm it in, I would say keep it just inside the corner, otherwise split the edge.
This is one of those putts, Roger, if you make it, you felt like you should make it, but if you don't, after the great iron shot at number 10 and then the great one here, that could be a negative for him. So I see him making it, but it would be good if he didn't. Did you see that little extra move in the fall through there, Roger? That was a definitely different stroke there.
He blocked it.
He did. He just locked up. He went back, and you know what happens? Your left arm tightens up, and then you block it. And if we can see this in real speed, you'll see that there's like a little second part of this stroke. He gets right in here, then watch. He gives a little wrist there, then he blocks there, and then he gives a little hit at the bottom. At the finish, he gives it a right hand.
At 12, back up the hill, Monty for birdie. This for the lead.
That was a good roll.
Solid roll. So after 3 out of the 4 have missed birdie putts, Ernie Els with a chance to grab sole possession of the lead.
He had 4 shots, iron shots, that made nothing but roars and noise, and then silence on 3 putts. What's this doing, Dan? You've been there all day.
Right to left break. Really wants to drop sharply right at the end. It's just a matter of the speed at around the hole.
He can make his normal stroke.
Got it. And for the moment, Ernie Els has the lead at 5 under.
people have said all around, there is the man that would challenge Tiger Woods the next 15 years. On paper, you look at Ernie Elson with his swing and physique and credentials. And maybe he's coming on.
Tom Lehman was on top of the tee at 12, heard it all, probably saw it all, huh, Raj?
He did. They were watching every move up ahead, and walking off that last green, the crowd here really cheering Tom Lehman on. He's certainly seems to be the player that the players are behind. He was practicing his putting on this tee box here. Looks a little frustrated at this point in time after missing that last putt.
It hurts, like we discussed, Roger. That was not his normal stroke. That had a little risk going back, and then that block you talked about, and then a little flip at the end.
Again, the yardage 196, the longest this hole has played all week. Now let's go to 13.
Ernie Els off of this par 4, 461 yards.
3-wood, right down the right center of the fairway.
And Ernie Els is counting the morning little session. He was 3 under that session, and then he just followed it up. He's 5 under par today. He's having a blistering day.
6 iron for Lehman.
This ball starts at the center of the green, but it's not drawing enough.
Will it stay there? Yes. 13T again.
And Colin Montgomery.
Let's see, set it up at the left bunker. Play cut.
Oh, it's drifting down the right side, Johnny. It's got to get a good kick left.
That's okay. And the short stuff.
Back at 12, 5 iron for Maggard.
This ball drawing just left of the hole.
Will it come back a little bit? Here it comes. It'll be a slick birdie putt, but a very makeable one for Maggard, as he, along with Lehman and Monty, try to catch Ernie Els. Welcome back. Great drama here on the backside of Congressional Country Club in this 97th U.S. Open. Tom Lehman tied for second with Jeff Maggard and Colin Montgomery at 4 under. As you take a look at the leaderboard, Ernie Els at 5 under, and Tom Lehman now in search of his first U.S. Open title after close calls the last 2 years. Has this birdie putt at 12 to tie Ernie. Roger had a chance to read it.
This putt from a little over 20 feet.
First to 13.
Second shot from Montgomery.
That was from 199 yards with a 5 iron, right center of the green.
See if it stays there.
To 12. Now Lehman ready. Roger.
Well, this putt from a little better than 20 feet. About 23 feet. This thing will move to his left all the way. Just has to feed it up high and watch his speed. Over red, he expected a lot more turnout.
Back to 13.
And the leader, Els.
194. 5 iron. Taking it in low. It's a good looking shot. Moving a little left to the flag. Get on back there.
That's too far back. Over the green in the primary rough. He skidded it right in there, just like you said, Dan. And that is a long, long shot he hit there. 194, did you say?
194 to the hole location back there, Johnny. Looked like he tried to turn it over and just drilled it right through the wind.
That's a huge 5 iron uphill about 20 feet to hit it 200 and something yards. Must be pumped up. The adrenaline's pumping in that South African.
Now big chance for Jeff Maggard. Birdie attempt to tie Else for the lead. Raj?
Well, this is an awkward looking putt. It doesn't look like it wants to do much, but I think it will turn a little left.
What have you seen, Dan?
Well, it's gone both directions, depending on how you get it started.
Well, it went left, but he got it well off the hole.
I was going to say, Dan, you sound like a politician there on that answer.
That's the way you have to read it from behind the hole at 12 today. I have seen him go left, but as Roger mentioned, it did drift to the right of here at the end. Now this to remain at 4 under. Again, just one victory in his 8 years on tour. Came 4 years ago. Now Maggard in the thick of the hunt at an Open Championship. Now Tom Lehman for par. He remains at 4 under along with Colin Montgomery and Maggard. As they continue the chase of Ernie Els, they'll go to 13.
Sure. And Ernie Els clinging to the one-shot advantage with the pressure of 3 great players. Els, only 27, trying to repeat his heroics of 94. Montgomery, the smooth Scot, one of the world's best players, yet his portfolio without a major. Maggard is the long shot in this foursome from Houston with his only 1 win, but who knows at 33, and Lehman is the favorite, the world's #1, or at least the PGA Tour #1 player a year ago.
Reigning British Open champion. There's only 2 of the 4 that have won major championships. Colin, of course, lost to Ernie Els in '94 at Oakmont, and then he also lost in a playoff at the PGA at Riviera to Mr. Elkington. So he has some experience, where Maggard is hanging in there, though. So I don't know who's going to win this thing. This is great. Dan, you've seen this. He's coming up a little rise there.
Yeah, about 15 feet in front of him. Turn pretty good to the left when it hits that rise right there. Keep going.
Pretty good pace, but it leaves himself a ticklish little 2-footer.
Meanwhile, on the tee at 13.
Aiming way left. Look at his feet.
Turning it right to left, right down the center of the fairway. Perfect 3-wood.
Let's take a look at that. Watch how quiet his foot action is on the swing. He just, look at how steady he stays. He keeps that head right up there. Flying right elbow, you can see there. But he drives it in there and recovers. And then he drags that right foot. A lot of things going on there in that swing.
Well, here's a big test of Els.
Man, this is unbelievably thick rough right here. I mean,
Well,
this could be a USGA poster right here.
This is what US Open is all about right here.
Man. That was like, I think it was 8-9 inches of rough right there with the stems, counting the stems. And it was into the green. Tried to just sort of drop the club on the ball, and the rough just said, I'm stronger than you on this one. Look at this. He's lucky really even got out of that stuff. Now you got to seriously regroup, Dan.
Well, you wonder whether the other option, Johnny, wouldn't have been to try some sort of a soft explosion shot like a Phil Mickelson does with almost a full release. Ernie doesn't like to play that shot. We've seen him play a lot of just firm hand shots around the greens. But
is this a putter or a putting sand wedge?
That is a sand wedge or a lofted club. I can't tell from this position whether it's a sand wedge or a pitching wedge.
Meanwhile, Jeff Maggard is safely in the fairway off the tee at 13.
This is makeable. This is definitely makeable. Well, this lead's just snuggling up even tighter now.
Well, he chipped in at 9, and that's what forged him into the lead.
Let's take a look at this beautiful camera work here. Hits it right in the equator of the ball. You want to hit it right dead center. If you hit it under, it'll pop up and lose energy. If you hit it on top of the equator, it'll drive it down into the rough and come up short also. So you want to skid it.
Just looking ahead, there have been 3 playoffs in the last 9 years at the U.S. Open. Never in history a 4-man playoff.
This is Dan Pohl, sort of a sad bogey if he makes it, because he hit a great drive and a pure-looking second shot.
Well, you know, you try to get aggressive and get it back to these hole locations, and sometimes you pay the price.
The bogey for Els backs him to -4, and again a 4-way tie for the championship. Who's going to make that big shot coming down the stretch?
Stay tuned. This has got some break in it, doesn't it, Dan?
Yeah, it sure does. This is one that he's going to look at real close, because if you hit this a little soft, it can move off the charts to the left. So he's got to pick a line and feel real comfortable and just put some speed on it. I don't think he can give away the hole if it's firm.
Was it just inside right edge solid?
That's right.
Now Els and Montgomery move on to the par 4 14th, sharing the lead with the 2 men playing up 13 behind them.
It's just good stuff. That's all. What can you say?
An absolutely perfect day for golf. Low humidity, bright sunshine, temperature around 80, just a light breeze, and 4 men in a tangle for the title.
This is not an easy hole, because you hit on a downslope, and your ball, unless you hit a huge drive, is still on the downslope, but you're hitting to an uphill green. And when you do that, it's very easily, like Ernie Els did, to catch it maybe a groove down. You have to really try to swing with the slope and make sure that you get your divot where the ball is, and don't try to lift it and hit it high, because you hit it thin or fat.
Roger?
Yeah, Jeff Maggart's got a 4-iron from 200 yards. I'm sure he'll have to hit this real solid to get it all the way back to the hole, Johnny. I'm sure this is to protect it, try to keep it underneath a little bit.
And he has a tendency, takes it back very low. He has a tendency to thin his long irons. So it'll be interesting to see if this is one of those shots that he might catch a little too thin. No divot at all.
Ball starting at the center of the green, moving a little bit left.
Just picked it right off there, huh, Raj?
Yep. Tom Lehman now from 189 yards.
Colin Montgomery, 14th hole. Want to hit it just inside those bunkers.
And that was a 3-wood, as he has used here every day, John, and that is right in the center of the fairway. Excellent tee shot. Go back to the 13th.
All right, Roger.
You know, it's still 180, every bit of 189 yards, so.
Voice of Andy Martinez, his caddy.
This is a 6-iron, Tom Scott.
Perfect hole location for his draw, Roger.
Ball starting at the center, drawing back left. This is a great looking golf shot.
No bounce at all, Roger. Just hit and stuck.
To 14.
Tee shot of Ernie Els, also with a 3-wood. Players drive downhill on this 439-yard par 4. And oh, that finds one of the bunkers guarding the right-hand side of the fairway. It's 4 tied for the lead in the final round of the 97th U.S. Open Championship. Second shot, Ernie Els, par 4, 14th.
Gary, that a 5-iron from 202 yards, heading towards the left center of the green.
Needs to
Gotta
come
get down
down.
just
Yeah,
a
it
touch.
did. It's okay. Caught the ridge in the center of the green. It'll leave a long putt with a lot of break from left to right, but safely on. Still trickles back. We'll go back to the 13th.
Tom Lehman, this long putt for birdie.
Steeply uphill, a little better than 40 feet. Gotta hit it. Gotta hit it.
Back to 14.
Second shot of Kyle Montgomery. Hole located today in the back center portion of this green. Another green that angles, and if you play to the center of the green and go too long, it can be a lot of trouble.
181 yards. Just a nice solid 6-iron, but he's moving it right. This could miss the green on the right side.
Oh, and it has, and it finds the deep grass. The good news is he'll be pitching the ball back uphill. That was a pretty loose shot, though. Back to the 13th.
Jeff Maggard.
Should have learned something from the putt of Tom Lehman's, no doubt about it. Moves just a little left, and it's uphill, probably in a little green, not much. It's a good-looking putt, Roger.
He's got the speed.
Ooh, man, now he's got a fun little putt coming back. Saw how fast that was when Ernie Els bladed it coming down the hill. He couldn't even stop it. He just touched it. So this is one heck of a hard putt, isn't it, Roger?
Yes, it is, because he's going to have to probably feed it off the hole and just with precise pace. If there's any little nervousness on this kind of putt, Johnny, you will miss.
Wow. I know how he's feeling right now, because I've had similar putts, and this one right here, if he can get this, this will be a big confidence booster, because he sort of goosed the one on 11, and this is the kind of putt, if you're going to be inclined to come out of it, you'll lose it right. Good players, especially tour players, the classic stroke under pressure is not the pull. It's you take it back and you increase some pressure in that left arm and lock up, and you leave that toe behind. And that's just what he's done twice.
He'll remark he's looking at least bogey.
I'll tell you, a lot of things going through his mind right now. You can bet that.
Lehman for his par.
Roger, from here on in, the hole is about 2 inches wide, not 4.
It gets smaller hole by hole.
Can he break here, Roger?
Shouldn't do much if he has pace on it.
Lehman remains at -4. Share of the lead.
Let's go to 14.
Colin Montgomery preparing for his third shot. Deep grass, is pitching the ball somewhat back up the hill. And I believe that helped considerably. Able to stop it underneath the hole. It's still an 8 or 9 footer left for a par. We'll go back to 13.
Where's bogey?
Maggard drops behind the 3 men who now share the lead. Montgomery, Els, and Lehman. Let's go to 14.
Ernie Els starts to review what he's going to need to do on this really lengthy putt up and over the ridge that dissects this green in two. You can see the undulation we're talking about. There's the ridge. And a good look here. There's the hump right in the middle of the green that cuts it into a lower level in the front and then another upper level in the back. And he could literally play about 15 feet of break on this putt. Higher he plays it, the more it'll turn.
It's hard to believe. What's it, 25 feet of break?
Yeah, I think he played it up there about 20 feet left of the hole, John. And it's just hanging up. It's going sideways instead of forward, and that will leave a tough one.
Gary, pars are looking pretty good every hole. Have you noticed now?
Well, I have indeed, and it's usually the case on the final 9 holes of a U.S. Open Championship. And back on the tee, Tom Lehman has played this hole extremely well through the first 2 rounds, or 3 rounds, excuse me. 2 birdies and 1 par.
It's going with it. Looks like a driver, doesn't it, Gary?
Well, it does. Roger, you're close by.
It is a driver indeed. A little surprised by this, actually. And he's got this ball going down the right side, trying to turn back.
Quickly to the green, Ernie Els. What a great par-saving putt to remain at 4 under. It's a heck of a 2-putt. Not showing too much away of nerves, I'd say, Johnny.
That's a nice smile. That's a great smile. He's going, yeah.
Let's take a look again. Beautiful stroke, beautiful tempo.
Look how much break he had to play. How was that, about 8 inches?
Perfectly struck. And now Montgomery to keep pace with Ernie Els and Tom Lehman. Interesting little difference in philosophy as the 2 players walked up on the green. Montgomery studying the big scoreboard to the left of the putting surface, while Ernie Els never bothered to look.
What's this do?
Well, this is a putt that'll move a little bit to the right, John. In fact, I've seen several players overread the break here. It is back up the hill. Should be just outside the left edge. Two clutch putts. Both remain at 4 under par for the championship and move on to the par 5 15th. A moment ago, this was Jeff Maggart's tee shot at the par 4 14th. Going with a driver as he has almost all day long. Beautifully placed. Well, a bad kick, and the ball does trickle into the intermediate cut of rough. And flying high overhead is the MetLife Blimp Snoopy 1, providing our viewers with some beautiful aerial shots of Congressional Country Club on just a gorgeous day. Crystal clear blue skies, comfortable temperature. The MetLife Blimp Snoopy 1 and Snoopy 2 will cover over 70 sporting events and television specials this year. The 15th, a par 5 at 583 yards, and we have seen this hole reached into earlier in the week. In fact, J. Don Blake did it and recorded the only eagle on this hole. It's a slight dog leg to the left. Players really do need to hug the left-hand side of the fairway if they're going to have any chance at all to get there.
Gary, didn't John Daly hit a drive in a 3-iron and fly it on? And he was only here for 27 holes, but he did accomplish that.
Well, he did indeed. Of course, Tiger Woods has been pinned high a couple of times. And here we see that no one has been able to get to it today. Earlier in the day, the hole was playing a little bit into the wind.
Don't you think this hole really turned Tiger's tournament around when he buried it in the lip on the second shot? I thought it was this hole that really did him in, so to speak.
Well, I thought that was a very aggressive move that he made yesterday afternoon late, trying to force the issue, trying to make something happen, and oftentimes when you do that in the U.S. Open, you pay the price. Dan Pohl, you're there.
Yeah, he's going with the 3-wood. The wind is still into their face. I don't believe either player can get there today, Gary. Just trying to put it in a good position. That's a nice tee shot there, heading up the right side. Very smart play.
As we see, Montgomery has parred the 15th hole 3 straight days.
Well, Ernie sees the importance of putting this ball in play also. He's going with a 3-wood. No sense messing around. I think today that fairway bunker on the left definitely comes into play with the driver, as does the right one, so this is a smart play for him.
Els with much more success here, 2 birdies and a par.
Now it's leaking a little right. It's going to catch the right side of the fairway, though.
Nicely done. Both players in play off the tee. We'll go back to the 14th and the second shot of Jeff Maggard.
From 180 yards, ball sitting down a little bit. This ball should fly. He's got a 7-iron out.
Is that enough club with the upslope, uphill?
Well, this ball appeared to shoot, John. It looks pretty good.
Oh, it came out very softly, though, Roger. Amazingly, it landed over the ridge and stopped very quickly. It's a good 30 feet short of the hole, but an excellent shot. Tom Lehman next to play. Yardage, Roger?
That's 170 yards. Of the 2 lies, certainly the better.
As I said earlier, he has practically owned this hole, 2 birdies and a par through the first 3 rounds. This back center hole location has been tough today. Players only hitting the green about 52% of the time.
Don't you think uphill iron shots from level lies are always tough?
Well, I always felt like he had a little bit of a tendency to maybe try to help the ball up in the air, John.
Mm-hmm.
This is an 8-iron.
He said, is this going to jump? And he says, well, it's sitting down. Doesn't think it will.
Well, if it's an 8-iron, I'm thinking it may need to jump a little bit, unless he is really pumped up.
It is a lot of grass in front of the ball.
Well, this ball did jump, and it's going left.
And that is danger.
Oh, man.
That is really, really nasty there.
Oh, he's saying, oh.
And Tom Lehman, with an errant shot here at the 14th, will really struggle to try to save par and remain tied with Ernie Els and Colin Montgomery. Welcome back. Tom Lehman surveying a not very good situation. Long grass, green sloping away from him. The only player I've seen hit it anywhere near the hole today from this position was Scott Hoke, and he played it all the way up to the back edge of the green and used it as a backstop.
Very thick rough here, unlike Els' shot a couple holes ago.
This is really tough. That's a great shot, but it's going to race all the way off to the edge of the green, I believe. Well, holds up just short of that, a good 20 feet by the hole. Really hard to do much better than that from that position. At the 15th, both Ernie Els and Colin Montgomery have laid up safely with their second shots in the fairway. Jeff Maggard will be the first to putt. Roger, you've been with him all day. Any change in the putting stroke here these last few holes? I know the results have been a little different.
Well, last hole was a little shaky. I think it got off in his hand a little bit going up that hill, but he doesn't change his demeanor much. You don't see much emotion out of Jeff. He stays on a very even keel. He's very hard to look at and read.
this putt will move about a foot from his left to right. It's well struck. And good speed. And John, a few minutes ago, you said pars on the back nine would be good. That should be one more for Jeff Maggart.
Yep, there are 4 guys that just whisker apart, so.
And at the 15th, Ernie Els, third shot, 115 yards. Trying to play a little 3/4 pitching wedge. And it's right on line, but that's well short. I would say that's average at best from that distance. And now Montgomery, 112 yards. Also a pitching wedge.
Gary's got that hanging out to the right. It might hit the slope.
And it does. It comes back a little bit. Neither shot particularly good. Back at the 14th now, Tom Lehman surveying this lengthy putt for a par.
Gary, has this putt been made often?
Well, John, it has. We've seen a couple of guys. Jim Furyk made it from about this position. Of course, he's one of the best putters in professional golf. It is a little slower, I think, than most of the players perceive it to be, directly up the hill.
Get in that hole.
No, he didn't hit it. Didn't hit it. It's just a little bit more uphill than it feels or looks.
Took a little hop on him too, Gary. The ball took a little hop just coming off the putter face.
And a disappointing bogey 5, and that will drop Tom Lehman back to 3 under par for the championship, and 1 behind our co-leaders, Ernie Els, Colin Montgomery.
Leave it open.
A look away, it's about 15 miles to the heart of our nation's capital at Grand Washington Monument. Most of the buildings so low they can't be higher than the Capitol, and the Capitol up on the hill, of course. Power seat of our government, and then out into the country, into Maryland, along the Potomac, Bethesda, and the Congressional Country Club. He's been smiling all day. He obviously is one fan that's enjoying every shot.
He is, and this is a stunning city. It is so interesting to visit, and the beauty along the Potomac. Just a magnificent place with a great spirit, our nation's capital.
Good look at Ernie Els as he surveys this birdie putt at the 15th. Dan Pohl, you're down there.
Well, as you said, Gary, not a great play from 115 yards, but boy, you certainly don't want to get left of this flagger long, so not a bad play. This putt should move pretty strongly from his left to right as it dies.
It's amazing how we saw so many putts going in on the front nine, and it just doesn't seem to be the case now. I think we'd have to credit that to possibly the nerves.
Those are 2 clutch par putts these 2 guys made the last hole, though. I was very impressed with that.
That is true, Johnny. Back on the tee. Tom Lehman first to play.
Well, again with his 1 iron here, still playing this hole very conservatively. Jeff Maggart has always driven the ball on the right side of the fairway. Beautiful shot, right in the center.
And back at the green, Colin Montgomery eyeing this birdie opportunity, and this to take the lead outright.
Gary, at these late stages of a U.S. Open, you don't get very good opportunities a lot of times to make birdie. This one going straight up the hill. What do you read it? Maybe a little bit right to left break?
Well, just a fraction, Dan. I think if he gets it out of the hole at all, could Good chance he could miss it. No, that's way wide. Way wide. That was a very quick looking stroke. Montgomery safely in par 5. And they have not updated the leaderboard by the 15th green, as Lehman did bogey at the 14th and dropped to 3 under. So perhaps 2 disappointing pars for Ernie Els and Colin Montgomery at the par 5 15th. They do remain the co-leaders, 1 shot ahead of Jeff Maggart and Tom Lehman.
Well, the 16th hole, you can see it right here. Beautiful par 5.
16.
I'm sorry, par 4 of the 16th hole. It's 441 yards. Interesting hole off the tee. It's a downhill tee shot. And you can see right here, you're coming out here to a edge of the fairway right there, which is 296 yards, and then back to the green. Look at the tilt. This green, I think, is the most severe green on the golf course. This is really, really tilted back to front.
Colin Montgomery, coming off a win in the European Tour, said he couldn't wait to get here, and we can see why.
And he loves the Open. He played collegiate golf at Houston Baptist. It's my favorite event of the whole season, he says, without wishing to denigrate our own British Open. The U.S. Open is the World Championship of golf. He loves the enormous test.
All those tabloid newspapers in Great Britain will love that comment.
Well, that's a 2-iron head right up the center of the fairway. This particular hole playing a little bit downwind, so these players going with irons, where earlier in the week we did see him hitting a lot of 3-woods down here.
Just 8 birdies here on this hole today, Dan. This is flagged today, well back, right side, back some 84 feet. Els with what, Dan?
This is a 2-iron. Well, that was a good swing, right up center cut.
So the 2 international players now tied for the lead, Montgomery and Els, who both won a tournament this year, but not on the U.S. Tour. None of these 4, counting Maggart and Lehman, have won on the U.S. Tour this year.
Back at the 15th, Jeff Maggart's second, a long iron, just playing for position. Is ideal, center of the fairway. Tom Lehman has already laid up, and he is safely in the right-hand side of the fairway with a good angle to the flag. And this was Lehman's layup moments ago. Gets it started up the right side and watching it a little anxiously. But it takes a nice little kick to the left. Now on the extreme right-hand side of the fairway, a good angle to attack the flagstick. Take a look at some of our scores. Jay Haas continuing to hang in at even par for the championship. Bob Tway, who got in as an alternate on Tuesday when Costantino Rocca withdrew, having a good championship as well. Tiger Woods finishing at 6 over par with a strong finish. Scott Dunlap, who had a fine 66 in the second round, finishes +7. Former champion Payne Stewart at +8. Justin Leonard, the winner of the Kemper last week, at +9. Jesper Parnevik, who many thought would play well this week, a disappointing +11. And there are 2 senior tour players in the field, Hale Irwin and Jack Nicklaus, both making the cut, both finishing at 13 over. Larry Mize, former Masters champion, at 14 over, and Steve Jones, the defending champion, at +15. Disappointing tournament for Tom Kite, suffering through a third round of 82. And we'll move ahead to the 16th green.
And Tommy Tolles, this for a par. but gets outside the hole to the right. Won't come back. Straight in. Uphill. Must have pulled that a little quick. Earlier, Jay Haas. This for a par. Big break to the right. Oh, Jay. Jay has been golden today. Plays well in hard courses. This guy's had a great career. People may not be familiar with him. He just goes along making pars and putts and does very well. Let's go back out to the fairway, and Dan Pohl is with this group.
Well, Ernie's got 204 yards back to that flag, Dave. Wind is kicking up just a little bit. The flag's dead still, but you can certainly feel a breeze behind you. This is probably going to be just a nice, smooth 5-iron for him. These guys anymore hit it so far with their irons, you're not sure between a 5 and a 6. It's just their comfort level.
Very small target he has. And as Johnny pointed out earlier, this is the most severely sloped green on the golf course, from back to front.
Wow, this is all over it. This is the right stick. This is just turn a little left of the flag, but...
Well, it came up a little short. That's the wide part. The more you go back by the hole, let's go to 15.
Third shot, Jeff Maggart.
...126-yard pitching wedge.
That should have a lot of spin on it. Now that's kind of forcing it 126 yards against a slight breeze. Back at 17, or excuse me, 16.
Dan Pohl.
Well, this whole location sets up great for Monty, and he's taking it left to right, and this ball's turning right at it. 196 with a 6-iron. Just kind of hang on out there, didn't it, David?
Yep, it's a big 6, too. But you saw Jay Haas's putt. He's got the same kind of putt with a big break to the right. And let's go back to Gary Koch at 15.
Thank you, Dave. Tom Lehman preparing for his third shot. Roger Maltby's there.
107 yards left. Gary, a sand iron.
I think this would be a perfect time to bring it in low and kind of skip it back to this back left hole location.
Well, he hit it up high. It's drawing at the hole, however.
Oh, look at this. Gets it to release a little bit, and that's within a foot and a half of the flag stick. Tom Lehman with that short putt to get back to 4 under par for the championship.
Take a look at this. I think he thought he might have slipped up the face and it was up and over, and he's saying, get down, get down, get down. There's no spin on it. It's a flyer. Yeah, it's a flyer, all right. It's a leaner.
Johnny, you just get the feeling from the crowd reaction that Lehman could be the crowd favorite. I think they feel as you do that with his finishes the last couple of years that perhaps he is due one.
Well, he's a solid-the-earth kind of guy. He's just a guy that you can't not really respect. He's a man of good ethics, good family man, and he's tough, doesn't complain, gets the job done.
Move to the 16th.
Where Ernie Els will be the first to putt. Putting through those shadows not going to help him too much either. Sometimes that does bother a player. But very slow going up this hill. And most of the time, the guys have figured more break than there is in this putt. We'll see what Ernie comes up with.
David, he's a little further away than Colin, but actually this is a pretty makeable putt, wouldn't you say?
It is, but they don't want to go by the hole, as you know, so everybody's been a little tentative going up this hill. Left it short as much as, 75% of the time. On the right, Maggart at 15.
putting for his birdie to get to 4. Els putting for his 5th birdie of the day, this to get to 5. Maggard had it right on line. He won't forget that 3-putt too soon. Ernie Els is to take the lead. Get in the hole! He hit it hard enough. Look at this. Just doesn't break like they think. That was a very strong roll.
Looked like he had a pretty outstanding spike mark between him and the hole on that little putt. I don't know if I'm seeing things, Dave.
Well, I didn't notice it, John. It sure could have. You know how it is late in the day. Let's go back to 15.
Par putt for Jeff Maggard, safely in, and what a difference through the first 64 holes, putting so well, but since then, 4 2-putts and a 3-putt. Big difference.
Well, Gary, some reception the gallery gave Tom Lehman as he came to this green, and after he holes this, I think you're going to hear some noise.
Yeah, it appears to be not more than about 20 inches, something like that, Roger?
If that, about 18 inches in length, I think.
And safely in, and Tom Lehman goes to 4 under par for the championship. Tied with Ernie Els and Colin Montgomery, and what a smile. Head to the 16th.
Now look where Colin Montgomery is aiming. Way left, some maybe 8 to 10 feet. Did you hit it, Monty? Did you hit it? Well, that's about all you could do. You got to guard against getting too frisky there. It'd be so easy to 3-putt that one, gun it by the hole. He's going to finish. Now his leave is all right. Below the hole, putting up the hill. Just keep it inside the hole. Usually a pretty aggressive short putter. Yeah. That is solid. So Colin stays 4 under. Tied with Els if he makes this. These are not easy at this time of day, and especially in this championship. Got it? So still a 3-way tie, I should say, with Lehman birdieing the 15th. 3-way, Montgomery, Els, Lehman, Maggard a stroke back. Back on the tee. Roger Maltby with this group. Roger?
Tom Lehman has a 3-wood here, and a little surprised. I thought he might use his 1-iron again here, but going with the 3-wood, fairway runs out at about 280. I don't think he's in danger of hitting 3-wood through the fairway, but I still thought he might go with the 1-iron.
Very important to put your ball in the fairway here, man. We've seen some big scores on a hole that seemingly is not too hard. One of the...
I was going to say, it's not the grip that's slippery, it's the sweaty palms.
That's right. Funny how your hands do sweat when you can't work up any spit. Huh? Man.
That's true.
Give me some gum. You see the people crossing, but they're in no danger there. They're well below, and they're not bothering the players because they're out of sight because of that big slope there. And you can see aim right at that big tower. You see it's sticking above the trees. Right there. Thank you, John.
Good looking shot, drawing right down the right center of the fairway. Beautiful shot.
Last time I remember a guy playing like Tom Lehman with a chance to win 3 straight years was Mike Suchek in '59 at Wingfoot, 60 at Cherry Hills, and 61 at Oakland Hills. Sadly, didn't win any of them. Maggard.
That's a driver, and he's hooked it going up the left side.
Well, it's in the deep rough there too, Raj.
This 17th hole, you want to see a difficult par 4. This is the one you see here, 480 yards. You need to bend it around with a little draw or play it over the shadows of those trees. And let's take a look at the green. You can see you're coming in from up here, coming down in this area here. You have to ask yourself, do I want to play it safe in this part of the green or challenge that pin? That's what you got to ask yourself, because if you go for the pin, that water is really in play and left and behind. And take a look at the 18th. As you leave the green here, you walk up to this tee over here to the 18th, and then you look down on this beautiful setting. Look down this beautiful setting on the 18th hole. It's playing 186 yards, and the USGA has chosen, as you can see with those players on the green, the very front left-hand pin placement, the A+ pin placement, and that will give a lot of thought pattern as to whether you want to go for the hole location or whether you bail a little bit right. So we're going to have some great stuff coming up. This is going to be fun.
And Johnny, we should point out that historically the regular 18th hole, that par 3, is skipped and a hole from the adjoining Gold course is used, allowing the course to finish on the long par 4 17th. And that was true as recently as the 95 U.S. Senior Open. 18th was used as the 10th hole then. But this year, the USGA deciding to finish as the members of the club finish on a par 3.
I think it's going to be very interesting. In fact, I can't think of anything more interesting than to be on that par 3 deciding the U.S. Open. Things are really heating up, folks. This is, you think things are getting tight? Watch this. Get Els also, and Els did tap down that spike mark I talked about on 16 after he made the putt. Really a tremendous gesture, because the group behind him are the guys that he's trying to beat too, and he taps that thing down, and he made that putt, that gutsy little putt, right over the heart of it. It even hopped when I hit it.
Yeah, if you look down on these grounds, it's hard to imagine that during World War II, the beauty of these manicured acres actually were occupied by American armed forces. There was machine gun fire, vehicles, jeeps occupied the area. They trained young men for behind the lines warfare and espionage for 2.5 months. It didn't look like a golf course at the end of the war. It was called World War II Area F, this was, and then transformed again. There's a shot between 43 and 45, and a lot of young men left here to go off and fight in some very difficult situations. And now the war zone involves 4 great golfers.
Roger Maltby with this group. Maggart's got a little problem there, doesn't he?
He does, but it's really kind of a funny lie. It's not real deep. He's got a fairway wood out from 193. He's got a 3-wood out, and trying to squeeze this out of here and get it to shoot up and run up on the green.
Good luck.
Really?
193 yards.
That ball came out of there like a bullet. That's going to fly the green up by the grandstand, I believe.
Whoops. That'll be no chance. Back there.
Roger, did he just think he had to do it?
I think he felt like he had to take the chance, Johnny, that an iron would get caught up in there, but wood could glide through, and it wasn't sitting that deep. It was staying up, it was held up by the grass, so he took a chance, but I'm afraid he's got big problems now.
How about this shot, Raj? 17 tee.
And Montgomery first.
A beautiful tee shot for Colin Montgomery with his trusty 3-wood.
He's bogeyed this hole all 3 rounds. This is a hooker's hole. It's a hook tee shot. He's pulled that off, but now he's got a hole location that a draw is a shot. It'll be interesting to see how he plays his second shot on this hole. He's going, oh my gosh, this is something.
16. The closer he tries to get back to that flag, the more narrow the green is. 189 yards. Roger?
This is 7 iron. Got this ball
pretty
going
steep.
up the right side of the green.
It was steep coming into that, Roger. Did you see that? That divot was vertical.
And he shot it back up into the wind, John, cutting it to the right, and it just killed it.
Well, the only good news is there he's pitching up the hill.
Let's take a look at this swing here. Look at how open his stance is. Incredible. But watch when he comes down. He goes down, and I mean he goes down. Look, it's a double divot.
bury a small dog in that divot. Let's go back to 17.
He's played these last 2 holes in +1.
Check it out!
Boy, that was sweet looking. Man, that was buttercream bakery swing there.
As you look down on 17 with the lake and then the 18th green beyond and the gallery moving from off the course and congregating here for the final drama as the shadows grow. Will it be Montgomery? Will it be Els, Lehman, or Maggart?
Almost have to apologize for the rest of the field, but this is so riveting with 4 guys. You just can't leave the action hardly. It's just too good right here.
Yeah, and there's a couple other little tournaments going on. You know, the low 15 get back in here next year are exempt, and that looks like it's going to be at 4 over. And the low 16 have usually been invited to play in the Masters, and that right now is 5 over or 285. It's Bradley Hughes, Olazabal, of course, a champion there, and Davis Love.
It's been a tough day for the entire field. The low score is 68. Len Matisse, who finished at +7 and only 4 rounds thus far completed under par.
Yeah, Paul Goidos, Edward Frowell, and Bradley Hughes with 69s.
So, Dave, what kind of score do you think would have taken to win this if the greens were hard?
Like Roberto said one year, he said 300, if the wind blows, maybe 400.
See all the scores. A lot of terrific players with some big numbers today as we move to the final 2 holes for the championship or for another 18 tomorrow in a playoff.
Roger, have you had a chance to eyeball Jeff's problems there?
Well, he's getting relief from the grandstand, which is a temporary obstruction. So now receiving instructions from Trey Hollander.
You've got type 2 interference, so it's 1 club length. That's 1 club length. Well, then we'll deal with that in the second step.
What do you want, Tyler?
David Fay?
Well, this is a temporary immovable obstruction, and hopefully we'll see a graphic come up. But this is one of the times where the relief is a bit more generous. The ball is in the obstruction. Therefore, the relief procedure will be you determine your nearest point of complete relief. You drop more than 1 club length, less than 2. That's slightly different than a regular immovable obstruction.
David, is that the judgment of the rules official there, Trey Holland?
Yes, it is, Dave. He's measuring out right now.
Yeah. Roger, if you had a chance to look at Lehman's lie.
Well, I have, Dave. I walked within a couple of feet of it twice, once forward and once backward before I could find it.
Oh.
It is really in deep. It's going to take a lot of strength in his hands and forearms to keep the club going through this lie he has, but fortunately enough, he does have very powerful arms.
Well, he's pitching up the hill a little bit. Maggart to be the first to play once he's got his drop.
The players are looking at each other now, trying to determine who's away. They've been busy getting relief from the grandstand for Jeff's ball, so they really haven't determined who's going to go first.
Well,
Jeff's saying that Tom Lehman might be away, huh?
Yeah, it's what he pointed at him, like he was going to. I don't think Jeff wants to play his, and I don't blame him.
Well, I don't know if Tom Lehman loves this one either, but he's got to play it, huh, Raj?
He does, and the good news is he's got the uphill lie, Johnny, to an uphill green, but this is really a nasty lie.
Well, he's talked all week about inner peace needed to handle the adversity that happens in an open, and this will take all the inner peace you got. A little too far.
Came out hot on him, yep.
Yeah. Got more of that than he thought, Raj. Those are the cruel things that happen to you in an open.
It's not the best leave either, is it, guys?
Nope. Let's go to 17.
Where Montgomery and Els ready for their second shots. Els first.
Well, what an absolutely beautiful setting looking down over this lake, seeing the 18th hole down there. Ernie Els with 212 yards to the flag, going with a 5-iron. Johnny, I looked at this to start out, obviously right center of the green. If it turns left, I'd be real amazed.
And you can see the hole location right here. Perfect shot would be a little draw almost at the 18th hole pin and draw it in there.
Well, it's a great looking golf shot here, turning right towards the flag.
And he knocked it stiff this morning on 17 and birdied it to complete round 3.
Els about 15 feet beyond the hole.
Jeff Maggart's third shot at 16. Lie looks pretty good. Oh, nice and soft. What a marvelous shot. Absolutely wonderful. Oh, man, I wouldn't think he could get near that close. Let's go back to 17.
Colin Montgomery tied with Els and Lehman.
Bogey this hole every day. It does not set up well for a fade.
Well, going with a 6-iron. 203 yards, and he's blocked it out, and this ball is not coming back.
Come back. Come back. Come back.
Got more of this wonderful rough to deal with. And look at guys are really trying to find some moisture in their mouth.
To 16.
Tom Lehman. Putt is very fast. A big break to the right. That's right.
Really quit on it.
That was right from the start. I don't see any way to make that putt at this time.
You need that little Ben Crenshaw come over putt, you know,
Yeah.
that keeps it left.
Yeah. Back to 17.
And the two international stars, Montgomery and Els, walk down the fairway.
Interesting thing with Ernie Els. Els never looked at the scoreboard down the stretch in the 94 Open. Took his driver on 18, and he made bogey. Didn't even know what he really needed to do. He ended up winning it in a playoff, but he could have won it outright. Bet you'll look at the scoreboard this year on 17 or 18.
Maggart. Jeff Maggart for par. This to stay one back. Good speed. Well, again.
That was a solid putt.
Yeah, he thought it was going to go right, John, and it just doesn't break here like that hill dictates it's going to break. That would have been some 4 there. So sadly, Jeff goes to 2 under, 2 strokes back of Montgomery and Els. And Lehman with this putt for 5 will drop 1 stroke back at this point. Not out of the hole, Tom. All right. So bad second shot got him. Drops a shot here at the 70th hole. Tom Lehman a stroke back of Els and Montgomery here just ahead at the hole you see, 17. Take it away, Johnny and Dick.
Els at the moment, the man in the catbird seat. He's on the green 15 feet from the hole, and Montgomery in the rough.
It's just so hard. This shot at 17 just calls for that soft draw, and sparks are flying because he wants to hit a high fade. The shot doesn't call for it. Watch him come in here and raise up that left shoulder, leave the face open. And he hit a high fade all right, but he was trying to hit a high draw probably. And he has got the ball about 60 feet from the hole in some heavy rough, with a ridge between him and the hole and the green going away from him.
Colin Montgomery, he has his thoughts already formed on this 17th hole.
17, I think, is very key. I mean, the pin will be on the back level, I'm sure, 3 out of the 4 days. I mean, it wouldn't be US Open if it wasn't. And it's so difficult to have a 6-iron, a 5-iron in your hand and not be aiming at the pin. Literally 30 yards right of the hole, but you're actually aiming onto a whole different green area to try and two-putt from there for your par. Very, very difficult to do when you're at the top of the backswing to actually push it right of target. That doesn't come in, that shouldn't be. You know, you think that's, what am I doing? I'm not being positive, but actually that is positive because going for it's negative.
Well, he's gone bogey, 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 and he's going to have trouble saving his par this time as well.
Well, he's got about 45, 50 feet. Crowd's a little boisterous. He's trying to tell him to cool their jets back here, and
well, Johnny, they posted both the scores from 16 for Maggart and Lehman, and the crowd got a little rambunctious. He's been holding him his hands up, trying to get him to quiet down. He's got a pretty good lie in the rough here. A lot of green to work with. He's just got that little slope to go up about halfway to the hole to go past.
you can see it's level right to here. And you can see that tough lie. Not terrible.
Got to get going.
And that'll feed down to the hole. This is going to get fairly close right here. This will get within 6 feet, I think. Not great, but not bad from there.
Now up on the tee at 17, Tom Lehman. One behind the leaders.
It's time to use that resolve of yours, Tom Lehman, and hit a good drive and a draw second, stiff, and birdie this. There's a lot of people out here right now, and when you combine thousands of people, it's pretty easy to have a hiccup among whatever, and that's just part of playing championship golf.
Well, I believe somebody had a camera out here, John, and
yeah. Well, they
decided
got
it was time to snap a photo.
Going with the driver, Roger?
He's got the driver. See if he can regroup.
Meanwhile, on the green, Ernie Els.
He's
for birdie.
He's the only one among all the leaders that's birdied this hole. If he makes this could win him the championship or give him a good chance for it, and it'll be because of this great hole that he's made. Birdie, birdie, but it's not going to break.
So he has that short putt for his par to stay at 4 under. Monty, it's at about 8 feet, maybe more.
Johnny, these two players, the only players among the leaders that are under par to this position.
Quickly back up to the tee. Just moments ago.
Let's play a draw. Starts right. It's hooking. Will it hook enough? Yes, sir. A perfect drive. Working with the slope. Give him a birdie opportunity. He had to have that. Absolutely had to have that tee shot.
Monty watching Jay Haas at 18. As Haas and Tolles are over at 18. That was a birdie chance for Haas, who is currently after a double bogey at 17 +2 for the championship, as is his partner Tolles +2 after a bogey at 17.
Well, I think Colin's going to let both of these players finish out.
So let's go over to 18. Tolles. This is for birdie.
Hasn't been breaking much from here. Looked like it was going to come back, but then it just flattened out the last 5 feet.
He's 30 and most improved player on the PGA Tour last year, and Monty just in the catcher's crouch, waiting patiently. As Tolles with his par and a 72 today. Some good golf from this young man this week after a rough start, 74 in the opening round.
Dan Pohl, have you got a chance to look at this?
Well, it's awfully quick, Johnny. It's got to move a little from his right to left. Just, you know, picking a spot out there. He's got to hit it so soft. When he gets ready to go, he's going to have to hit it so soft.
Meanwhile, Jay Haas. For par. And Haas with a 72 as well. +2 for the championship. And now they can turn and watch the drama that we're enjoying for the championship.
Well, the crowd wanting Jay to throw the ball to him, but now giving him a little bit of boo on not throwing it to him. But there's a lot of action over here on 17.
And Colin is not real thrilled at the moment.
He certainly is not. He's walking back here to the back right side of the green trying to compose himself.
He's saying, I got the most important putt in my golfing life here. Give me a chance to make it.
Well, in round 2 when he shot 76, there were some fans that behaved in a rather ugly manner and upset Monty.
Well, Johnny, you've been in this position before. What's he feeling like?
Well, I think, you know, his 2 near misses in the playoffs gave him an opportunity to know what to do now. He's got a putt here. He knows what he has to do. He's made a lot of clutch putts today. He's got to hit it right edge and just hit it solidly.
Came up out of that putt just like he did back a few holes ago.
So the bogey for Montgomery. 4 straight bogeys on this hole. And Els is alone atop the leaderboard at the moment.
Let's take a look at this putt, see if he came out of it or whether it hit something. He wanted to hit it right edge, and I think he hit it just outside. See that? He opened up the blade. See how the heel went ahead of the toe? And it's just hopping along. He's trying to get left. But he started it out about 2 inches. He needed just right edge.
For the lead. Par 4 for Els. He has the lead 1 hole away from a 2nd U.S. Open championship.
And he can't miss the leaderboard unless he shuts his eyes. He's walking right to the one that's 20 feet wide and 12 feet high.
Tom Lehman obviously watching every move in front of him, as was Maggard.
This man needs a birdie finish, quite possibly. He's not out of it yet.
He's got a 4-iron, John. This is from 210. Got a good angle to get at this flag anyway.
You got to have a lot of insides to hit a high ball at that hole location, unless you can play a little low draw or some kind of a draw. And that's the kind of shot you end up with if you don't have that draw in your bag, I believe. It's really hard to aim at that hole location and pull it off.
Now Tom Lehman needs a birdie to draw even with Ernie Els.
Kind of like the bunker back
He talked about playing boring golf. Nothing boring about this.
193.
And Andy says, see the bunker back here behind the green on 17? Aim right on the left edge of that bunker that's on number 18 and play a soft draw.
This is 194 yards. Tom's got a 7-iron. Shot if it's the right distance. No.
Ouch.
It looked like it might carry to that back level, Johnny, but not enough club.
Look at that moment for Tom Lehman. One moment he's thinking is a perfect shot for me. I can draw it in there stiff. Next moment, all the dreams, 3 years in a row, could have won this championship. Gone. Oh, he's saying, no, I didn't catch all of it. You could hole it out from the edge of the water there, though, and who knows, birdie or hole-in-one on the last hole, so it's not totally out of the question.
So to 18T, and Ernie Els with the lead.
It'd be interesting to know if he did check out that leaderboard. I don't know how he could miss it. And I'll tell you, you talk about nervous right here. 7-iron, 186 yards, a little downhill, tough left hole location.
Perfectly played shot, starting out right center, turning back just a touch.
Boy, he just couldn't place it out there in a better spot with a lead. That is a great shot.
He made a tough putt for par this morning on 18. Again, played 5 holes this morning to Dells because of the rain delay yesterday, and birdied 3 of the 5 to set himself in position to win this. Monty, thus far, is par, birdie this morning. So if he can repeat, offer an echo of his effort this morning, put pressure back on Els.
It's a lot harder hole location again for a guy that fades it, but he knows this is sort of do or die. I think he's got to go at it.
Well, Johnny, with a 7-iron, it kind of takes a little bit of the fade out of there. Got to put it on attack mode.
How's it look?
Well, it's hanging out right, about the same line as Ernie's.
Well, he's inside Ernie. If Ernie doesn't make it, at least he's got a putt to tie him. Good shot. 2 good shots. Oh, man, that is sad. Trying to find his ball, and then they could determine the exact point it crossed the hazard line.
A lot of them in there.
Floating debris with the people over here.
Let's take a look at this shot again. He's got the downhill lie. Wants to play that draw just off the bunker. Plays the draw. It really draws. I mean, this ball drew 20 feet in the air. Els pretty unflappable. He's been in a bit of a slump, so this is sort of a surprise to see him surface here at the Open and be leader here on the 72nd hole.
Now, for a birthday present when he was 8 years old, he was given Jack Nicklaus's Guide to Golf. He was a tennis player then. It sparked the interest in the game, and should he win today, at the age of 27, would be the same age as Nicklaus when he won his second U.S. Open.
27 years old, he already has 20 wins worldwide. And like I said, probably in the future, the next 10, 15 years, it's a good chance it'll be Ernie Els, Phil Mickelson, Tiger Woods, and a couple other good young players in there too, but that trio is going to be quite a trio to play this game. He'll drop that and twice, and now where it hits the second time, he'll mark it right on the button. He's got to put it right back where it landed. You could chip in here and make a difficult par. It's not out of the question. That would be pretty exciting. As it stands, of course, Ernie Els 4 under, Montgomery 3 under, Lehman 3 under, Maggart 2 under. So Ernie Els, fairly long putt, but not a lot of break on it really. It's not a real difficult putt. It's not like he's going over a big hog's back, or he's not going down through a dip or along a ridge or from one level to the next. So just not too bad of a spot to be. Moves just a little bit to the left.
Now at 17, Maggart first.
Similar to Colin Montgomery's shot. This one could be closer though.
So some work left for his par. Maggard 2 behind Els at the moment.
Roger, where are you positioned?
I'm right in front of the 17th green, John. And how disappointed Tom Lehman has to be. That shot looked good for the longest time, and it just continued to drift left. And even yet, if it had carried a few more yards, he might have gotten away with it and got it on the left side of the back portion of the green. But
I think he's got it behind him now. I think he's realized, hey, I could still make a 4 here.
Absolutely, and this chip shot is definitely makeable. He has a good lie, ball's above his feet. But, you know, we've seen harder chip shots than this hold, but that's really kind of his last chance, isn't it? It appears, anyway.
It's interesting because Els and Montgomery have elected to just watch the action here because they don't want a lot of yelling on their backswing. So Tom collected. He's gripping right down to the metal because he's standing so far below the ball.
Across the lake to 18.
I think Els has decided it's time to go. Waited long enough. Throw this thing out of there about 5 to 8 inches right of the hole. Get it down there for a gimme and see what the guys can do. See him aiming to the right.
Love you in.
Got a little work left there.
Now Montgomery inside Els with almost the same line.
I'll tell you, if Montgomery were to run this in, I wouldn't be surprised to see Els miss his.
Back at 17. For his par, Jeff Maggard. Putter that was so pure most of the round has failed him coming home. Bogey at 13, bogey 16. Ooh.
That's just a different person right now. It's disappointing when you get your hopes set on winning a championship, and then when you know you can't, you're somewhere else.
So 3 shots lost in the last 2 holes, back to even. Now Montgomery.
It was Colin. He knows it breaks a little left. He's going to force Els to have to make his. Not a bad putt by Colin. Good pace. Sort of came up out of it a little bit.
Johnny, when Colin saw Ernie's putt go by the hole, he just...
So let's take a look at this bogey putt. Tom Lehman to drop to 2 under.
So 2 behind Els at the moment, but Els has a 3-4 footer here for his par.
If you were to make this, it would force Lehman to have a hole-in-one. That does not happen. He wins his 2nd U.S. Open championship. So this is by far, this is quite a putt here, I'll tell you. There's not much break. It's not a hard putt, but with the pressure, it's tough. Oh man, what a clutch putt.
Well, when he bogeyed 13, he fell back to a 4-way tie for the lead at 4 under. He's still at 4 under, but no one else is.
And Monty, who has come close so many times, not just in major championships, it's got to be a tough pill to swallow. The putt at the 71st hole where he just wouldn't putt it. There was too much commotion going on. He'll remember that for a long time, maybe bitterly.
And he'll remember that chip in at 10 that really got him kick-started on this backside. Well, now it's up to Lehman. The only drama left is can he, just as the master plan was in making 18 a par 3, can he come up with the incredible to tie?
I'll tell you what, there are not too many 27-year-olds that can hold that championship trophy twice. It's not his for sure. Gotta wait for Tom Lehman, but man, that's a great time right there.
It's his father Niels on the left.
Oh man.
He's done it 4 times.
Well, I'd have to say if this were to go in and go down on the annals as the greatest shot in U.S. Open history, maybe in all of golf history. But who knows? His whole location sets up perfectly for his high draw. 186 yards downhill. Roger?
This is a 7 iron he's going with, John.
I'd love to see it scare the hole. I'd just like to see it.
Just left of the hole.
So Lehman now with that distance to cover for a possible birdie to tie Montgomery for second, as the winner Ernie Els signs a magic scorecard.
And you have one man that has really been deflated, Colin Montgomery.
So is this man.
That shot just right of the flag.
Maggard seems to have a lock on 4th place, even par. Way and Brown and Furyk at +2. We'll be back with the final moments of this 97th U.S. Open Championship. Theodore Ernest Els has won it again. Welcome back to Congressional. They've cheered Tom Lehman all week long. It's been so close, the leader into the final round, the last 3 U.S. Open championships, and they would like to cheer him as the winner today, but they acknowledge his great play. He made the fight.
He gave everything he had. You can't ever feel too bad when you give it your best shot. Well, Lehman's ball a little bit fortunate. If it had gone another 2 feet, it would have probably gone down in the water where his feet are. And you can see Colin being consoled there. It's tough one. 17 was it. He had the shot to hit it in on the green and blocked it. Mediocre chip shot. Overborrowed the putt. Lehman will probably elect he's away to come up. Roger, you handy there?
I am, John. He's electing to chip this ball, and as he was walking from the 17th green to the 18th tee, he was watching the putt of Ernie Els, and I don't know that I've seen anybody so deflated when that ball went in the hole.
There's so many people. Colin Montgomery wants to be alone, and now
beautiful touch right there.
Lehman will par 18, finish third in this championship. So third 2 years ago, tied for second last year. Third today, a 73.
British Open champion, gave it a great shot. I really thought he was going to win. It surprises me that he didn't play better on the back nine, but maybe next year.
Next up will be defending his British Open championship. Haggard for birdie that would send him off 18 with a better taste.
Just outside right edge. It's a 1 under if he makes it. It's a good looking putt.
But like so many on this back nine, they just wouldn't fall.
Yeah, he was going so hot there for a while, just putting the lights out. And then once he made that one little stroke that he made on number 11 that wasn't so good looking, that was the end of it. Can't even get it to the barn now. Just
bogey 4, and he finishes in sole possession of 4th place with a 74. Els, Montgomery, Lehman, and Maggart. The final order of finish in this 97 U.S. Open Championship. Close friend David Ogren there with Tom Lehman. Waited to see him finish, cheering for him. So there's your final leaderboard, this 97th U.S. Open. Els, Montgomery, Lehman, Maggart, Tway, Brown, and Furyk tie for 5th. Well, your thoughts?
Man, I've never seen a U.S. Open, be within 4 players like that for so long. It just, you knew something was going to happen. The golf course is tough. The rough is even tougher. But Ernie Els seems to have the mentality to be able to be very calm, and winning twice in the U.S. Open at age 27, who knows what lies in store for him as his best years are coming up. So wonderful stuff for Els. Very disappointing, of course, for Lehman. The shot really the last couple holes, especially in the water. It's really too bad. And then Maggart, had a chance to define his career, get out of that, basically close but no cigar, and that's too bad for him. And Montgomery, he's had a lot of close finishes. Has never won in the United States. Now 3 times in majors, been right there and hasn't gotten it. So hopefully they'll all learn from it, and Els will just springboard this on to maybe push Tiger to even greater stuff.
And as long as he plays professionally, and at 27, that should be a long time, Ernie Els will always hear the music of the sound as he tees it up. The 2-time U.S. Open champion, Ernie Els. And we leave with some fond memories. Part of this total experience was the sheer beauty of the arena. And now the moment of the trophy presentation, and the pictures we'll also remember for many years to come.
Colin skipped it. So
He's such a delightful young guy, Ernie Els. He's always got a handshake and a smile for you. And with Judy Bell, the president of the United States Golf Association.
yeah. Thank you. Where are we going?
Right here. Put you right there between Dan and I. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the 1997 U.S. Open champion, Ernie Els. For the second time, it's yours. Pick that up and just raise it up for everybody to see. The lid's on this time, I promise.
Thank you.
There it is.
Well, Ernie, you first hoisted this U.S. Open Championship trophy at the age of 24. In your wildest dreams, did you ever think you'd be hoisting it again for the second time in 4 years at age 27?
Well, to be honest, no. I really worked hard for this one. Game's been a little off at the beginning of the year, and missed the cut last week, but I just try to believe in myself, believe in my golf game. I want to thank the Lord. I mean, I'll tell you, I prayed out there today. My grandfather back home, you know, I spoke to him just before I played today, and I knew I was going to be okay after I spoke to him. And I want to tell everybody back home in South Africa, Leopard Creek, fan court, everywhere, hi and thank you.
Ernie, it was an incredible four-way shootout out there. The emotions running high, running low. You had to survive it. Give us a sense of what it was like out there on the golf course, especially in the back nine when 4 had a chance to win it.
Yeah, it was quite unbelievable. I'll tell you, winning U.S. Opens doesn't come easy, I can tell you that. Some great competition out there today. Tom Lehman, Jeff Maggott, you know, and my playing partner today, Colin Montgomery. He's such a great player. It was tough. You know, I knew I had to hit good golf shots. The only shot I didn't hit all that well was probably one on 13, where I just hit it through the green. But you know, I'm unbelievably delighted. Yeah, the shot that really won it for me probably was on 17.
What about the shot on 10? That was an important chip in. That had to be one of the keys out there as well.
Definitely. You know, I came up short with my second shot. I just wanted to keep it out of the water on the right. And I had a really great lie there in the fairway, and I felt good about the chip. You know, I played that shot in practice rounds, and I was feeling good about it, and it worked out.
Well, we're going to take a look at it right now. Again, one of those things that has to happen. You need to get a little bit lucky to get those kind of shots to win an Open, but you were bearing down on it pretty good.
Yeah, you know, I really had it going on 7 and 8. I had a pitching wedge in my hand on 9th, my third shot, and I just got a little too cute with that shot and made bogey there. But I just try to hang in there. You know, I know, you know, U.S. Opens, you know, you just got to try and make pars, and you know, I was 4 under through 10, and you know, I thought that was going to be the number, funny enough, and you know, it was. You know, coming down the stretch, you know, it just gets tougher and tougher. You know, to hit the fairways, and if you miss a fairway, you're just chipping out. And you know, as I say, on 17 was probably the shot of the tournament for me.
Well, congratulations, Ernie Els from South Africa, the Open champion here for the second time in 4 years. Let's go over to Roger Maltby. Roger.
Thank you, Dan, with Tom Lehman. And Tom, 3 years now. We've had the lead going into the last round of the Open, and no wins yet. You played hard all day, but the bogeys at 16 and then the one at 17 really did you in.
Yeah, you know, I hit the ball so well all day. And I caught the one on 7, just a hair heavy at downhill side hill lie there. And, you know, that's my bread and butter, that back left pin. And, you know, I just felt so good over it. And you know, just, I'm disappointed.
I can understand. Thanks for talking with us. Okay. Back to you.
Well, with every triumph, there is that disappointment. Last year was Davis Love, and those pictures of him just in shock when he failed on 18, and the plays on 17 in the water will harass him the rest of his golfing life.
It will, but it's all history, and it's been a great championship. I thought the USGA set up the course perfectly. Couldn't have been in any better condition. Congressional was a superstar. The 18th hole being par 3 was interesting, and I really enjoyed it. I hope you did too.
All right, it did indeed. Thank you for being with us. Ernie Els is the champion, the 97th U.S. Open, a 69 in his final round. Coming up next on Dateline, an exclusive interview with the entire Timothy McVeigh jury. Watch Dateline tonight on NBC. NBC Sports Golf coverage returns in 2 weeks with the U.S. Senior Open from Olympia Fields Country Club. Defending champion Dave Stockton leads a legendary field that does include Hale Irwin and Jack Nicklaus. Once again, the 97th U.S. Open champion is Ernie Els. For our entire broadcast crew here at Congressional Country Club, I'm Dick Enberg saying so long from Bethesda, Maryland. Happy Father's Day, and congratulations to Ernie Els.